Hello, everyone. Welcome to a very special Swalloween episode of the Migtown podcast. As usual, I'm producer Tim. Joining us is the mayor of Migtown, Drexel. Say hi.
Hello, everybody. Happy Halloween.
Happy Swalloween.
Well, some are going to be swallowing. I would hope that, you'd rather be a dick than a swallower.
Yeah.
As Kanye said in his infamous song, New Slaves.
If you enjoy swallowing,
You might be a simp.
Dollhouse Phil will be joining us in a bit. We've also got RPM coming on a little later. Not going to be a terribly long stream tonight, guys, unfortunately. But we're here. I don't. You know what? We weren't that late, so we're not that queer.
Well,
Late in the Thads.
look.
Well, while we're waiting for
Good
Phil,
news
why
for
don't you tell us what's been going on for the last week? You've been busy.
Oh, man. So, I ended up, the plan was to come back. I went out to Alabama, so I'm hanging out with NCAA Cat. The plan was for us to do the horror movie marathon, right? And while out there, there was a bunch of flights getting canceled, which causes a ripple effect, right? And then that starts overbooking flights. I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm forced to now stay another day. So by the time I left basically, it's essentially 2 days late because being that I wanted to leave Wednesday, like Wednesday evening, so I'd arrive Thursday night. And I'm like, okay, or Wednesday night, wake up Thursday, record, right? Instead, I leave late Thursday, arrive at midnight. Then Friday hits. I'm still zombified. Go get my license renewed because it was my birthday. And get that stuff done while my mom used my car all day. Yeah, she's still in town. And then grab my daughter, go to Nick's house, record. I'm thinking, okay, I can get up early Saturday and record. Get up at, we recorded till 5 a.m., right?
Yep.
6 hour stream with Nick, record till 5 a.m., go to sleep at 6, get awakened at like 8:50 by his daughter. Get awakened, get the kids food, blah, 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 blah. Next thing you know, we're going to Lady Racket's grandfather's birthday, 91st birthday, no less. So, happy birthday to him. And that's a 3 hour gap. Come back. Nick and Lady Rackets go to try to set up they were getting Halloween costumes ready for the kids. Then they go to set up Die Hard 2. I look like a zombie because I hadn't slept. Then I go do the flash stream, wake up today, get the kids food again, get ready, drive basically 4 hours. 2 hours to drop her off, 2 hours back to my house, and then there's like this small gap where I had to go get food, and then that leads me to here.
I just saw
Alabama
that
was great,
Phil logged in. So
oh, nice.
It's 2 a.m. his time, so he gets a little leniency.
Bill is a trooper, man.
So
No, it was a wild time. Alabama was great. Speaking of Alabama, so you guys will get the recording. I'm going to go ahead and finally get done tomorrow, which will be on relationships. And because I'm late, I'd like to give you guys a double bonus. So I'll do the relationships recording, and then after that, we're doing a recording with our girl NCAA Cat about Alabama and horror movies and all that stuff. It was a great time, and I was talking about on Nick's stream. I had NCAA Cat for a social experiment on German Shepherds, and she now sees Tim. She's fully converted.
yeah.
She now sees how bad German Shepherds are. Like, at first,
Oh, but Drex,
growing up,
they can't be that bad, right?
yeah, right, yeah. So she says all that, and then Tim, by the time we left Zaxby's, and then even when she took me to the airport, right? We're on our way. We go to the gas station right before we go to the airport, right? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fill her car up. A German Shepherd gets out with a blonde wig that was like blonde. I'm trying to think how blonde you would. I'm trying to think. It's like one step below platinum blonde. So you know how ridiculous this looked, right? It looks stupid.
Wait, so
this
like
woman was like 60.
Nick's kid's blonde. The youngest.
Blonder. It was blonder than Nick's kid.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
It was blonder than Nick's. Yeah. It looked stupid. It was like blonde and gold, right? So she gets out of the car, and I looked over. I'm like, are you serious? And sure enough, there she was with the stank eye, right? Then a dude starts hating. I never saw the dude, but Kat did, and she told me about it when we got in the car. it was nothing but haterade all around our little section of Alabama. So shout out to the haters in Alabama who unwittingly participated in our social experiment to prove how racist these German shepherds and simps are. So congratulations, Alabama. You got an F- for race relations.
Yep. By the way, whoever said that there's a bot in the chat, we have some mods. They know how to deal with it. So
We got bots?
no, I think it's just someone with a joke name. And you know, we've got Drex. We've got some newer people in the chat here. You know, we've been picking up subscribers. We get about 100 new subscribers every week. So
Slick.
we've got a lot of new people around here. So I see that RPM just logged on as well. Phil's logged in, so I'm assuming they're all they're waking up their computer equipment. So while I rustle them around, why don't you introduce ourselves to the new people who are joining us for the first time?
Well, for the new people who have joined up, if you guys haven't seen me on Nick Recada's show, Recada Law, shout out to him, by the way. Subscribe to our man, Nick. And guys like me, guys like Tim, you know, every guy that's kind of like in this segment of basically non-bitch think, the whole purpose is to let guys know that they aren't disposable. They can better themselves. They must better themselves. And to understand the program that's being sent to them each and every day. Because every day that you wake up, when you see these cartoons where the dad is a buffoon, you see the movies where the guys are effeminate and being led by women, and that's not what women want. I don't know if any of you guys have ever noticed, but the women that are out here getting ran through, they're not getting ran through by effeminate soy boys. You know, it's not Ron Toye who has a body count in the thousands. You see what I'm saying? So we're trying to tell guys, yo, dude, the programming you've been given does not work. It's going to make you weak. It's going to make you easy to control. So this is a place where you can be degenerate. Shout out to Koopa. You can be who you are and not have to worry about, you know, being a simp, being a cuck. Because if you are, I mean, I'll just disown you because I don't even want those kind of people around me because those are the guys that simp for Anita Sarkeesian and all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, you just come in, you say, hey, let's talk games, let's talk movies, let's talk things that, you know, affect men and men's issues. So that's really what it's all about. None of that, because we're entering like a weird time, if you haven't noticed, Tim. A lot of people are out here trying to say that, you know, guys in dresses is a good thing, right?
Yeah.
It's okay for your wife or girlfriend to have multiple boyfriends on the side that she gets ran through by. No, that's not okay. You know what I'm saying? And there has been so much of a push with all this, the poly relationship, the cuckoldry. Just type in, you know, it's okay to get pegged. Tim, do you know that that's not a one-off issue? That's not a one-off article. There are multiple articles saying, hey, guys, try it out. It's great. It's cool. No, it's not. It's not great. It's not cool.
Well, hey, I actually just got a chat from Dick Masterson, of all people. He gave us quite a cool shout out on his last bonus episode. He loves the idea. He loves the whole Swalloween moniker.
Nice.
So he gave a shout out to that. I invited him to come on, but he just recorded his show. He says he's wiped out and he's got to go out later.
Oh, yeah, I
so,
bet. That's cool.
But he's absolutely down to do a show. We'll figure that out.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll do it closer to the Drex. 1 year in podcasting is coming up in 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's wild. Shout out to our main man, Duke. He just sent me a text. I sent him a text saying Happy Halloween. Duke from Ghetto Gaggers coming in. That is, I mean, that's 5 weeks away. I think to the day.
December
right?
4th is the
December 4th. Yeah, it's basically from the day. It's basically 5 weeks.
Counting down a month and a week. I just looked in. So Biden is reopening the border, the U.S. border, to land traveling. So that's still on track. I'll double check with Phil, but I don't think they've changed any of the restrictions in the UK. So it does look like I'm going to be able to get out to see Phil. So we can do the 1 year anniversary stream. I'll be in England with Phil. We'll have Ghetto Gaggers on. It's going to be great.
I can't wait. There's so much that's happened, right? Like, and that's why I want to welcome you guys to Swalloween 2021. And I mean, I've been on a horror movie kick lately. Obviously, with NCAA Cat, we did a horror movie marathon. We got through all of Squid Game, and great show. Unfortunately, obviously, you know, there's a whole issue with the dubbing, the subtitles, blah blah blah. From what I've heard from actual Koreans, they said that all that stuff just like it misses so much, but like at least you get the basic gist of the show from watching. I would definitely suggest watching the show with English subtitles, not closed caption, and Korean language. And it's a great series. Deals with a lot of topics that I think are really important for the time. People who are out there getting into huge financial strains, and they sign up for this game, right? The Squid Game. And of course, there's deadly results in these little childlike games that they think that, like, oh shit, it just got real. But guess what, Tim? We always tell guys here to be prepared, right?
Yep.
To get themselves in, get yourself your financial house in order, right? That doesn't mean you have to be filthy rich or wealthy or anything. You just need to make sure that you're good, right? Like you can weather a storm. You definitely want to get to a point where you can weather 6 months without a single paycheck coming in, right? Because if you can do that, then you're really in a good place. You can say, hey man, I got my bills paid, everything is up to date. If I didn't have a single dollar come in right now, I could last 6 months. If you can say that, that's a pretty good place to be. But when these people get themselves in huge financial straits, they get desperate. And we all know when people get desperate, they start getting crazy, right?
Yep.
And they will do anything. I mean, the very nature of the opposition that we have right now, right? Bitch made simps, feminazis, all that. If you start to really think about them, they're getting more and more desperate. The dating coach is getting more and more desperate. The PUA is getting more and more desperate. And what they really are desperate for is to make sure that you guys get back on that plantation, right?
Yep.
Tim, make sure you start simping. Laura Ingraham from Fox News put out a video. Where have all the men gone? And I don't know if you saw that video, Tim. I think a few people posted in the chat. It was a great video.
It's always the Lauras and the Laurens, right?
Yeah, it's something with the L.
Yep. They're taking an L is what's happening when they should be taking a D.
Well, one of the great things I like about that is that this is coming from a conservative woman, right?
Allegedly.
Allegedly, because she's still a single mom. She has 3 kids and she's a single mom. That's
total
no
chameleon.
I don't know her situation.
Hey, that's a good transition to what we're going to be talking about with RPM and Phil later tonight.
Absolutely.
So we're
gonna crusade, man.
Yeah, we're gonna go on a crusade against these chameleons. We're gonna do an all Lauren special tonight. Cucker Carlson will be on a separate, but we're actually gonna debut a mini series today. What I'll do is once the live stream is done, I'll cut that portion and upload it again just as its own video. But I'm gonna be playing the Men Are Trash video that Tommy Lauren did. And we have to take her thought ass down, right? Mm-hmm. Then I have a video that Lauren Southern made. Now, Lauren Southern's very well known in Canadian circles. She might be known if you're more of a TradCon person, you follow alt media. Did you know she Me Too'd Gavin McGinnis?
Oh, I didn't know that. I know she went after Sandman. I know she... so speaking of which, that's your fellow Canadian. Shout out to Sandman, by the way. A good...
yeah.
He's a good
get no
content
respect.
Creator.
We have so many good people, and we share them with you, and we get no respect.
Yeah.
We shared our August Ames with you. No respect. Go ahead. Explain what a chameleon is, because there's a couple people in the chat who are like, "What's a chameleon?" Oh.
So for those of you who don't know, chameleon. This is another a red pill for you guys. Have you guys noticed something? This especially for the young bucks out there. Over the last, I'd say roughly 10 years, especially, you started seeing something. You started seeing a lot of girls who claim to be gamer girls, right? Oh my God, Tim, you're into games? Unbelievable! I'm into games. Tim, you like sports? Oh my God, I like sports. She's really cool, Tim. She likes all the things I like. She likes sports. She likes video games. She likes drinking beer. Guys start looking at this going, hey, yeah, yo, Tim, she's not woke, bro. She's not woke. She doesn't talk all that feminist stuff, man. That's not her. And then, inevitably, what happens, Tim? You start dating her, or you get married, or here's the best thing. Hey, Tim, when you get divorced to your chameleon, right, your unicorn, right, you thought you found the one. This is for all you guys out there that are still dumb enough to say, not all women are like that. I'm going to go and sign the devil's contract. When the situation flips, I've always told you guys what marriage is. She's going to bitch more, fuck less, and gain weight. Okay? So when she flips on you and does as Coach Greg Adams calls, the bait and switch, when that day comes and you're sitting there going, well, what happened? I thought she's going to turn to the full feminazi that she said she isn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
I.e. Tommy Lauren, i.e. Sydney Watson, all these other thots out here that run around saying, oh, I'm not like that. Wait a minute. So you're a traditionalist, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, do traditionalist women have body counts at all before marriage?
No.
No.
No,
You can't move the goalposts and say, "Oh well."
These conservative women, who they push the tradcon fantasy, and yet they themselves have been run through more times than the fucking Union Station.
Absolutely. And these guys need to be wary of these women, because here's what I want guys to understand out here. When guys say, like, "What's a chameleon?" A lot of times a guy says, "Drex, I've met a unicorn." We actually talked about this briefly. Shout out to my man Whiplash. I just want to say this though. Ask yourself this question. This is a legitimate question for all you guys out there who are still playing the hope strategy, as Coach Greg Adams says. If you believe you found your unicorn, and let's say you're 24 years old. Hey Tim, does that make much sense that a unicorn would be on the dating market at 24 years old? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. The first question I ask is, wait, why aren't you taken already?
You'd be taken.
Red flag.
It's a red flag, dude. Oh, she's 27 and she's a unicorn. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Bruh.
How do you get out of law school? All right. How do you get out of law school? Oh, no, Drex. I'm total unicorn. I don't know. I don't have anyone. Never been with anyone. Yep. You're my first,
Never
Drex.
been with anybody. Oh, I've been doing nothing, but I've been knitting, reading books on how to be a better wife, learning recipes from my great-grandmother's cookbook. I promise I'm not like the rest of them. And then you are stupid enough to believe this, not doing your research. And then what happens, Tim? What happens to that guy who signs up for that going, Tim, I met a unicorn. She's 27 years old and she's great. I'm her first and her only.
Drex, I don't know why she cheated on me.
No clue, right?
Oh, hey, no Drex, clue. If she cheats once, though, it'll only be once. She won't do it again. I forgive her.
Yeah, dude, she's not like the rest of them. Look, it was my fault. It was my fault that she cheated. I just wasn't doing my part, and I'm going to make sure that going forward, our relationship is stronger than ever. And then what happens next?
You get an HMT.
You get an HMT. Because you find out that she's over here getting spit roasted by your own friends, bro. So I don't want you guys out here to lose. I tell this to guys all the time. Like, look, I don't want guys to lose. This is where people get me confused, Tim, because they think I'm like. There's a lot of guys that think I'm the bad guy. Like, Drex hates love. And I was like, look, man, that's all a figment of your imagination. That's a construct that was put forward by marketing ads, right? These marketing companies came up with all this. Hey, Tim, do you know how you really love her? You're gonna buy her this wholly irrelevant, useless rock called a diamond, right? That's how you show you really love her. Is that you're gonna spend $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $12,000 on a ring? Like, are you serious?
Speaking of spending a lot of money on a ring, a couple of super chats. Still waiting for Phil and RPM to figure out how technology works. Those boomers.
Yeah, it happens. It happens to the best.
It happens to you. I never have a problem. Ignore the ticker down there that says producer Tim is a fucking boomer. That's a lie. That was a lie perpetuated by Big Stream. But Alvin John 1 says, the only people you ever should simp for is the person who takes your order or makes your food at a restaurant, because you might get spit in your food.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, Drex, it's not simping if you get something from it. Right?
No, okay.
How much do you value not having spit in your food? I value it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I'd pay an extra $5 on every order if you can guarantee me with the threat of death that no one had spit or dropped hair in my food.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I can bid up from that too.
Well, people need to understand something about, the term simping and all that gets misconstrued a bit. Being nice to women is not being a simp. This is where things get a little confusing because guys are like, wait, hold on. What is the difference between simping and being nice or being courteous, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's when it's undeserved. That's the issue. So when you hear like when the issue of, hey, is tricking simping, here's my take on that. If you have money to burn, that's not simping. So when Charlie Sheen was paying hookers, when, high profile men, these high value guys actually pay because they're like, look, I don't got time to go on dates because time is money.
Yep.
Tim, your average dude who has very little, he has very few options, right? The average guy in the world, doesn't matter if it's the West, the East, whatever. The average guy does not have a huge amount of options. So if he goes out and starts investing everything, right? Oh my God, I took her on dates. I took her to the movies. I bought her this. I bought her that. And it's like, okay, so what did you get out of that? Well, I mean, I enjoy her company. No, that's unacceptable. Not in 2021, okay? That would have been okay back in the day. It's unacceptable today, right? That's simping. If it's your wife, that's not simping. You see what I'm saying? There is a difference. So there was an issue about on the train in Philadelphia, a woman was raped. And I talked to NCAA Cat about this. And someone in Nick's comment section on that video that's posted up on YouTube was saying, well, Drex, there's a difference between simping and just, not being a terrible human being if a terrible human being is doing something, raping somebody, right?
Yeah.
Now, Tim, we've been hearing for years, at least bare minimum 6 decades, about how useless men are, how stupid they are, how women are strong and independent and don't need no man, and they can do anything a man can do and do it better and in heels. Y'all are good for nothing, step aside, all this. We've heard all this program, right? How useless and disposable we are, right?
Yep.
And don't forget that whole equality. Okay, if you're so equal and you get attacked on a subway, you got this, sis. You're a queen. Remember? You're equal. So go handle it. So when they start saying, why didn't men step up? Where were the men to step up? No, you're equal, right?
Yeah. Solve your own problems. We do.
Solve your own problem. Yeah, we do. Dude, if a guy gets mugged, have you ever heard an article of a guy getting mugged and then writing an op-ed?
Yeah, where were all the women who were supposed to defend me?
Where are all the women who were supposed to step up?
Yeah.
Where are they at? Look, even if they ask for other dudes, right? You don't hear dudes writing articles saying all the men on Earth are supposed to step up and defend me. No, they don't.
I'm sure it's happened in California once.
Absolutely.
Goblin the Koopa the Goblin Troopa says, "Hey Drex and Tim, happy Swalloween and Godspeed to the future Crusaders of Chameleons. The paladin owner of goblins will support you." Koopa got out degenerate. Do you want to talk about that for a bit? Someone actually out degened our resident degenerate Koopa.
Absolutely. So Koopa had the crown for quite some time, ever since our first degeneracy stream. But now, I don't know, man. Shaftesbury's going down a very dark path. And
and of course, Nick interviewed someone, a very unique someone.
Yeah. Koopa might even be in third because we got to do wearing diapers, man.
Not just wearing them.
Yeah. Look, when you start using one, he's not in number 2, so he's not too bad. He still has hope because he's not a furry. Once you go down the furry path, forever will it dominate your destiny. Consume you it will, right? And it's just kind of funny that we have this glorious space, as censored as it may be, where guys can come out and hang and, unzip their pants and let their balls out, right? Because let's face it, Tim, everywhere else that a guy goes to sit, he's manspreading. He's mansplaining. And here's the beauty of all this. You're starting to see this more and more. Everywhere that the guys go, and Tim, you've talked about this, right? If you want to get girls, just put a sign on the door that says, no girls allowed.
No girls allowed.
This space on the internet, right? That is called the manosphere, if you will, for lack of a better term. The place where guys want to do guy shit and talk about guy shit and display guy shit, right? Guy memes, all that. This is where the women are starting to flock to. See, Tim, I'll tell you what happened. they realized that listening to Oprah Winfrey didn't get them anywhere, right? You're all the winners, and you get what was Oprah giving? You get a car, you get a Beamer, you get a Beamer. Everything that she had was all about, making women feel good, right?
Yep.
It's all about feeling.
If you're a guy,
all of these daytime talk shows.
If you're a guy watching Oprah unironically,
you might be a simp. Yeah, you can't allow it, man.
That's our new addition to the soundboard.
I know that stuff's great, man. Well, I mean, guys out there really are, man. There's a dude who I think might take the cake. I literally just saw this. I'm gonna put it in the chat for you guys to see, and I'm gonna read it for those of you watching. There's a guy here who has a shirt on, and just when I thought I've literally seen everything, oh no, we've got something worse than anything I've ever seen a guy wear. There's a big buff. I'm not gonna say buff. He's a big black guy wearing a shirt that says, let me zoom in. I want to eat coochie, help pay bills, and be a great stepdad.
Here, let me see if I can pull this. Okay.
Look at that. You see this?
Man.
I put it in the chat so you can prop it up on the screen if you can.
Yeah, let's see if I can make this work without doxing everything. Put that over there. Oh God, no.
This is where we're at, man.
Oh, I froze the screen. There we go.
Oof.
That was too much. We asked for too much.
Yep.
1 second, Alf. 1 second. I'm just gonna. I just don't want to show something I don't want to show. That's all. So I'll figure this out.
Of course.
Yeah, actually, Ken. Shout out to Ken Jennings because he gave us the heads up of that's actually an issue with Discord when you have the chat popped out like I do.
What's that?
Man, I don't have a dedicated screen for transitioning stuff. No, I actually do. The problem is that when I full screen something, it froze Streamlabs on me. So
sucky. I just realized I have to do. The problem is that I need to do. I'm putting that in generals. I need to put it in the Tyrone text. Yeah, Cooper said ran through more times the Holland Tunnel. We're at this tipping point on a societal level of this is the thought culture's like last stand. It's starting to completely collapse on itself. And because of that, that's what has led to the Chameleon Crusade. Because one thing that women are good at is constantly morphing into something else to get what they want, which is provision and protection. That's why when the apocalypse hits, the same woman who said that she was a, she was a lesbian, suddenly is not a lesbian anymore, right?
Yeah. That's
how that works.
That's the picture there.
Yeah, that's
I
the
figured
picture
it out.
right there.
Like I said, I just don't want to. I don't want to be doxing things I don't want anyone to see.
Oh, no,
so.
Yeah, there's nothing on there that exposes anything. I just want to eat coochie, help pay bills, and be a great stepdad.
Let's see if I can zoom in on that.
Was raised by a single mom. He clearly doesn't respect himself. Yeah, zoom in. Look at this. Right? Bigger guy. He could easily go to the gym, shape up and just be like he could be a monster. That kind of a physique. If he really hit the gym and trimmed up, this guy could be not a bad looking dude. But see, it's the mentality. This is where people get confused. Like guys like Terry Crews and stuff. You don't want people like Terry Crews in your crew, man.
Yeah.
They look alpha, but they are beta as fuck. And this is where we're at, man.
You're saying Drex needs a producer. Yeah, tell me about it.
but seriously, though, this is where we're at. Like, Tim, there's guys out here that don't understand what is coming, right? They're kind of like, because, Coach Greg Adams talked about homosexuals, something I've talked about, because I've seen it. Like I told you guys, cuffing season is upon us. The rent moratorium is up.
Oh, yes.
A lot of the stimmy checks, right? The stimmy checks have dried up. A lot of chicks are going to be out here looking to swallow and succeed you in the coming months, saying, oh, my God, I've always loved you. You're so handsome. Oh, my God, have you been working out?
Hey, stranger.
Yeah. Hey, stranger. Look. Hey, big head.
Well,
the
Drex,
text will be coming.
as I said in the description of this show, La Nina is supposed to make it for a pretty cold winter across the continent. Hey, Drex, did you see your heating bill go up? Do you see gas going up?
Up. Yep. No, yeah. Inflation is real, right?
It's going to be a cold winter. A cold winter.
It's going to be a cold winter. It's going to get rough. So the people who have just been dicking around, just not really caring, you know what I'm saying, spending money on dating coaches and game guys, all of a sudden you're going to wake up one day and be like this. So chasing all that peace leave cost me thousands and thousands of dollars, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me. So you're going to have a bunch of guys who have been chasing. And here's what people don't understand, Tim. From a socioeconomic standpoint, right? These are the changes that you're starting to see. You're starting to see they're trying to shift the very economy itself. Because here's what happened. Before, you were going for families, right? Now, Tim, what happens if guys start checking out, right? Bar culture, dead. I would even argue luxury sports cars, I think, are going to kind of die, because one of the main reasons why guys get these fancy cars is to impress women, right?
Yep.
To get laid. Let's just be honest.
They are fun to drive,
most guys
too.
Are doing it.
Come on.
No, they are fun to drive, but here's the thing. Fun to drive does not mean that you're going to go, if you only have enough money for for one car, and someone says, hey, are you going to go buy this sports car, right? This high-end sports car. Unless you live in a really nice climate, most guys would say no, right? Like, I mean, I could afford it, but I'm not going to go blow, $130,000 on a car.
Yeah, they're fun to drive, so you go rent one for a week.
Yeah, go rent one, which is kind of funny, because isn't that kind of what we're at now with the hookup culture?
Yep.
Like, hey, Tim, does that chick look good? Yep.
This chick looks kind of fun. Do you want to buy her? Oh, no. I'm just going to rent her for a week.
Yep, I'll just rent her.
Get the collision waiver.
You're going to see the culture change. Well, you're starting to see the culture change already. For all of you guys out there, especially in the West, right? I know we got people watching from everywhere, but for those of you in the Western world, I want you to think about this for a second. You go to down the street in suburbia, mattress firm closing, wedding chapel, right? Dave's Bridal, all that kind of stuff closing, right? That's out of business.
Yeah.
The Sears is gone, right? Tim, Sears has been a staple of the American families for what, a century? Gone, right? All but gone. All the things that appeal to families, that shit's gone, man.
Yep.
This is where we're at.
I'm getting some love in the chat there. Evil Bunny with a big chat says, Bunny. Thank you very much. Junebug says, I think you cool, Tim. That sounded like an RPM just entered the call. Is that you, RPM?
Who else would it be?
Oh, snap.
Welcome, RPM, to a very special Swalloween live stream. How are you, man?
I am wonderful.
I heard what happened with your job, man. I guess we can't technically talk about it due to all the YouTube censorship, but it involved someone shooting a Hadouken with a needle into your arm, and you said no bueno, and
no,
you had to walk away.
It wasn't even about the jab, so to speak, because I'd already told them I wasn't going to get it. But then they decided to enforce the whole mask mandate, and I'd finally say,
That's
what?
The mask.
That's it.
That's right.
I said, you know what? That's it. I'm done.
Did it make you want to put on a different mask?
Nah, they weren't.
That was a trap question.
That was just a throwaway job. That was just a throwaway job just to kill some time. But you know what? Fuck it. No more working myself into an early grave. It's not like I need to anyway.
We are happy to have you here, RPM. Thank you very much for calling in.
Oh, thanks for the invite.
We couldn't do Swalloween without him, right, Drex?
Well, of course. Oh, speaking of which, RPM, I know that now that you have a little more time, I want you to go to your recorder just dropped off, Tim.
I know. It's not a recorder. It was the soundboard.
Oh.
I just want to show RPM's icon so people can see when he's talking.
I see.
Whoops.
So, RPM, a movie came out recently that I think you need to see because my man puts on the mask and goes to work. I gotta give a shout out to the makers of Halloween Kills, because Michael Myers goes full savage, man.
Oh, did you see that he was homophobic because he kills a gay?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh. Hey, so RPM, Michael Myers decides, he's an equal opportunity slasher, right?
Oh yeah.
He yeets a gay couple, and now there's people saying, Michael Myers is homophobic. You can't make this up. Wait, does someone have the caption for that? Michael Myers is homophobic. Oh my God!
It's somewhere here in our chat. Do I have to go through this again?
Oh,
but
it's a joke. Here's the thing. One of the things that we're starting to see, RPM, I was talking about how, like, the socioeconomics of the country are starting to flip, right? As the family structure has completely collapsed, right? Companies need a new populace of sheep, right? So they're investing in what is called the she economy, right? They're telling ladies to just consume, right? Consume, right? They don't really, if you start to notice, they don't really advertise for things that guys like, because they know guys don't consume like that. A guy may buy a video game console, he may go upgrade his computer, get the latest game, and that's it. Like everything a guy buys, it's like, I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna use this for a long time. You see what I'm saying? And whereas women, it's like this: buy it like right now, just keep buying. And we're at this point now where I look at things like Halloween Kills, which obviously, horror movies have always appealed more to men. I'm sitting there looking, I'm like, the agenda is starting to collapse, because now these people are really showing their true colors. So RPM, if you have a bunch of people who are woke saying Michael Myers is bad because he is yeeting gay people, so that means over the last, that'd be 43 years, right? The original came out in 1978. That means that you don't care about any of the heterosexual people he's killed for 48 years, right? None of them mattered. Like they were literally invisible. Like, nope, never saw anybody. If you're straight, you don't even exist to me. And yet, 2 gay people in 43 years have been yeeted, and all of a sudden we need to put Michael Myers on trial, right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
now,
here I got the
dealing
article
with
for you
Halloween.
guys. Here, let me put that on the screen. There, we'll do that.
Hey,
there it is.
Here's the right here, man. TMZ. Look at this. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up.
Who wrote this article? Hang on, let me see who wrote that article. Where is it?
The same.
Oh, there's no byline here. God damn it, TMZ. Maybe at the bottom. Nope.
There's a show.
No, I don't
That's
see
weird.
it. But
Normally
oh,
says,
this guy on this guy on Twitter. This I don't want to click on that. I really don't. I'm gonna regret
it because it looks like it says Issa.
Well, it could also be a trans, right?
Oh God, I forgot. Yeah.
Oh gosh, what did that fucking dumpster fire?
But anyways,
it's not even a dumpster fire. It's a damn train wreck.
You know what?
Absolutely.
That transition was a lot smoother than the last one. I think I'm getting better at this.
Nice. Well, RPM, one of the things that, we love to talk to you about is that, your HMTs, we had a man in India that just had to go ahead and put the mask on in broad daylight, right?
That right there was HMT 187. I dropped that one today, and that is the pinnacle of HMT.
Is it better than 148?
On social media.
Oh yeah. The beauty of it is this. RPM, you've always talked about this, that a lot of these women, the reason why they get up in guys' faces thinking that nothing's going to happen to them is that they have this, it's a perception of a veil of protection, right? Like, I can say this because if you try something, I'll call the police. Not understanding that it's going to take the police X amount of time to get to where you are, right? And you still have to be able to grab the phone. If a guy wants to yeet you, he can yeet you right then and there, right? And they haven't figured this out. Like, look what happened to Ray Rice's fiance in that elevator.
There's a second part to that too. It's not just the police that they think that they have protection from. It's from all the other men in the area. Because if you notice, just like the woman on the subway, did you see that one?
Oh, you're talking about in Philly, right?
Well, not
or do you mean in New York? In New York, where she got punched in the face?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. RPM. Right before you got on, I literally just talked about that because Laura Ingraham from Fox News made an article or a video about where have all the men gone, right? And she showed that video, and I've always told you guys this: it doesn't matter what the political leanings are, right? If they're conservative, if they're liberal, whatever, anything in between, all women are the same. They want provision and protection, and they don't really want to do any work to get it. You see what I'm saying? They want to do the least amount of work possible to get as much provision and protection as humanly possible. So the video that you're referring to, RPM, I watched that with Nick, right? And this woman, now I'm gonna be honest with you, this dude was out of his mind, right? This was a beta male savage, right? And he comes on the train talking crazy, right? Now, RPM, let me ask you something. If you were sitting on a subway and a guy walks on the train with 2 kids talking crazy, what do?
Leave him the fuck alone.
You leave him alone. Like, look, I don't got time for this. Like, you think I'm gonna challenge the dude? Like, I'm not here to prove how tough I am. You see what I'm saying? So this woman told him to take a chill pill. At RPM, she got bopped in the face, right? And shocked that no one helped. This is great for feminism. This means that feminism is winning and has almost won completely, because now, under a patriarchal society, that woman, first of all, she wouldn't have done that. But in the event that something was out of check, men would have stepped forward and been sacrificial lamb like they always have been since the dawn of time. So we need to thank feminism for everything that it's done, for allowing men to finally see how sacrificial they were and disposable they've been since the dawn of man and woman. None of these women love you. None. Zero. Okay? They don't love you. They don't like you. They don't respect you. They're using you, and what they basically do, RPM, you said this about your wife. They put on a show to get what they want. Once they've gotten it, which is, you signing that marriage contract, they always seem to change, don't they?
Yep.
So this woman on the train, she really believed that, hey, I can say whatever I want to this guy, and if he tries to do something, hey, all of you men are going to protect me, right? Wrong. 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 So she got bopped in the face.
Hey, Drex, it sounded like her ass, her mouth wrote a check, her ass couldn't cash.
No. And you're seeing this more and more. RPM has done multiple videos. I remember, RPM, you made that video where you said, the white knights. Not a white knight showed up, right?
Yep.
Why would we?
It's happening more and more. Why would they, right? So now remember, you said how useless and disposable and stupid an entire gender has been for 60 years. Now the chickens are coming home to roost. What you're seeing now is, shout out to my man, Lion of Migtown, LOM. Subscribe to his channel, y'all. Great content. If you type in LOM to YouTube, you'll see a lion's head. That's him. And this brother is completely savage. Best outro in all of YouTube. And RPM, this guy was saying, he said, look, man, this is the era of indifference. And I think he even shouted you out in a video. He said something about RPM. It's the era of indifference. Like, RPM.
Yeah, because I made a video about the train, about what happened on the train. It was called Indifference on Display.
Yep.
And that was it. Told you. Men one day were going to finally figure it out. And it's a new dark world that women have just put themselves into. And now, hey, y'all, they got to navigate it, but they don't like it. Apparently, there's some crack whore that Hammerhand talks about who's making TikTok videos talking about, oh, men should still do this. And you look at her, she's like some 50-year-old, wiry hair, horn rimmed glasses wearing chick. And we're like, no.
Nope.
No. You got what you wanted. You wanted equality. You got it. And now you're going to have to take everything that goes along with it, which includes ass whoopings.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. So RPM, I don't know if you know this, man. I should have sent it to you. I was hanging out with Nick today before I left, when he was getting the kids ready for their Halloween. Nick sent me something out of Poland, of all places, man. They have intergender cage fighting. Yes, not transgender, intergender. Hey, RPM, how do you think this fight turned out? You put a man and a woman in a cage against each other, right? Not a tranny, a man. What do you think happened?
I would think that equality actually ruled, and the laws of nature took over, and that guy obviously beat the living crap out of her.
Yep. But there's one bad thing I have to say about all of this. I was appalled by the video. I was absolutely appalled. RPM, the referee was a simp. Because when this chick took about 2.5 hits to the face, he already stopped the fight, right? That whole protective instinct, right? See, I don't want protective instinct individuals. I told you on Nick's show, I want death and paralysis. I want nothing short.
Yep.
Death and paralysis. See, because here, you know, I'm a masculine presenting transgender woman myself. Here at the Migtown podcast, I am all about equality. I want German shepherds to get yeeted the way that they've been yeeting black boys in the womb for over 50 years, right? Since Roe versus Wade. And I want all of this to come together. So when these chicks get in the ring against grown men, I don't want refs stopping it saying, oh, I got to protect her because she got hit twice. No. If those were 2 men in the ring and a guy was in a full mount, if a dude is in a full mount, as long as you are putting your arms up to defend yourself, you're trying to move to try to gain an advantage, right? The fight keeps going on. You don't get hit twice and they stop the fight. They stop the fight. RPM, 2 hits, 2 clean hits, and the fight got stopped. I'm like, well, why are we stopping the fight? Let it keep going on, right? Like, this needs to be the standard, RPM. I want open weight classes and intergender fights. Same with the NBA, same with tennis. We need total equality. Total.
If we do open weight classes, I think, oh man, you're going to have to take on Ethan Ralph.
Well, you know, a lot of
you ever have
forget,
to punch down
RPM,
a foot?
Ugh. Dudes like that are just clowns. A lot of people forget though, man, if you grew up back in the day in the 90s and you got to go to a Blockbuster Video and you saw UFC in the special interest section. Hey, RPM, do you remember back in the day when UFC was open weight? Remember that?
Yeah.
It was bare knuckle, open weight. It was so savage, so bloody. And I think to myself, we need to bring that back, but with intergender fighting. I'm tired of having weight classes. I'm tired of having a dispute over who's the best fighter. No. If you truly were the best and you're 145 pounds, you should be able to beat someone 260 pounds. Okay? Prove to me that you're the best fighter. If you're a woman and you say that you can do anything a man can do and you can do it better and in heels, well, it's time to put up or shut up in the octagon. You can go in there and fight a man, 250 pounds, who literally burst a punching bag, right?
Let's have Ronda Rousey fight Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
Where do I sign up for that one? What do you think would happen?
You guys might remember, I think it was Tank Abbott or Tank Murdoch, whatever his name is, when he started actually saying, yeah, okay, I'm willing to step into the ring with Ronda Rousey and prove she's not as bad as she said she was. Oh, the media came out to try to crucify him. But wait a minute. She's the one running off at the mouth saying she's got all this badass ability. So he was like, cool, I'll step in. Oh, yep. No, we can't have that.
Can't have that. Yeah, well, there's always this, you know, one of the things that I've noticed, RPM, is that there's always this fence straddle, right? So what happens is, on one side of the fence, I'm strong, independent, and equal. I don't need no man. But as soon as a man steps to you or something is not in your favor, oh my God, I'm just a poor little innocent woman. I need protection. You see, it's a constant shift, right? Like, hey, RPM, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be Kamala Harris and I'm going to suck and Swalloween my way up to the top, right? But if something doesn't go right, I'm going to suddenly say that, it was abuse, right? Yeah. I was taken advantage of. I couldn't say no because of this person's status, right? Fuck out of here.
I'm so tired of that shit. I'm so tired of this.
I couldn't say, hey, RPM, look, real talk. In your lifetime, Have you ever known a woman who got raped?
Uh-oh. A wild Phil has joined the call.
Oh, snap.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello, Phil.
What is up? Our main man from England. Well, Phil, welcome to Swalloween, brother. Welcome.
Well, I had to put some lime into the mix, didn't I?
Yeah. It wouldn't be a live stream without Phil. It just wouldn't be.
It just wouldn't be, man. You need that British cadence. Phil, I just told RPM about what happened in Poland. There was an intergender mixed martial arts fight. And as you can imagine, the woman lost horribly.
One would hope so.
Also, Phil's camera's fucked.
These weren't even real fighters. So the woman was an actual fighter. The guy was just like a YouTube dude. It goes to show you, even a regular Joe, right? A regular dude against a trained female in a ring will lose, right? So you can imagine what happens if he's a trained fighter. But there's just so much. But like the shenanigans, that's silly. In terms of like fun things to talk about, now that we got you both here, Phil, I want to ask you and both RPM. I'll start with you, Phil. Halloween, it's that time of year. Tell us about your favorite Halloween movies, horror movies.
Oh, going back to the years.
This guy's dapper.
Oh, hello, Belle Delphine.
My favorite Halloween movies. Not so much Halloween, but like certainly horror.
Any horror movie. Yep.
Would be the Amityville horrors. I don't know if anyone's old enough to remember those, and they were very good movies back in the day.
Mm-hmm. So do you tend to like the haunted house kind of movies, like Paranormal Activity, I guess Insidious, The Conjuring? You tend to like the haunted house stuff.
Anything that is just more than just a horror and bloody slasher movie, something that has a bit more frightening about it. Yes.
RPM, what about you? Favorite horror movies?
favorite horror movies for me, of course, I'm all about blood and gore. But there's actually a pretty obscure movie that actually became one of my favorites because of the surprise ending. And it's called Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon.
I never heard of it.
Very obscure. It's an obscure movie, but it's pretty good.
I'm shocked I haven't heard of that. I mean, I've heard of everything. I haven't heard of this one.
Am I late to the party on this one? Because I was told that like 2 a.m. was going to be my time to join the party, but it sounds like I'm somewhat late.
No, you're good. We started at 8 my time, so about an hour ago. You're all good. Yeah, you just hopped in. We tagged you in, Phil. We tagged you in to spit roast.
We got to do our Chameleon Crusades coming up soon.
Yeah, well, Phil, I want to ask you something, and this is also going to be for RPM also, is that what do you think about cuffing season that's coming up? As you know, tomorrow will be November 1st. It's already November 1st in your neck of the woods. The cold weather is coming. A lot of chameleons are about to come out of the woodwork saying that we miss you, we love you. Phil, I've always thought you had great eyes, right? What do you have to tell those guys out there that are unprepared for cuffing season?
What is cuffing? Sorry,
So cuffing season,
I don't know what that is.
Oh, so cuffing season is when these sometimes it's usually women, but it can sometimes be a man, right? Homosexuals who show up out of the woodwork and get into relationships to make it through the cold months, right? They make it through the winter, and then like around Valentine's Day, somewhere around there, oh, we broke up, right? Spring comes, we broke up. It's time for hot girl summer.
So just to get through the cold season, you just need
a warm body.
Yeah, just to warm your dick just for a little while.
No, the women.
For the women, the women need, remember, the rent moratorium is up, Phil. The government freebies are starting to diminish. And they need a place to stay.
And you also know that inflation is hitting pretty hard in the U.S.
Yep.
And with La Nina, it's supposed to be a really cold winter in the continental U.S. this year, and in Canada too. So, Phil, inflation hits your heating bills. It's going to be a really cold winter. Where do you think these single moms are going when they can't make the rent check?
Well, I just tend to think as long as they can afford it, because I'll charge them $100 per session. You see, so as long as they can do it, then that's fine. I don't mind, unless they have something else to provide. I mean, they can't come into the Magic House for free. Because, I mean, Belle will not be impressed if I bring real-life women into the house.
Yeah, Belle Delphine looks like the jealous type.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, she doesn't say anything at this particular point in time, but as soon as everyone leaves, then she starts talking and bitching just like a real woman, and we just can't have that.
It's getting real out here. So RPM out in California. Cuffing season is upon you guys. What have you been seeing out there? Give us the word on the street, man. How's it looking in California for these cold months?
Oh my God. Desperation is so thick and palatable, you can actually cut it with a butter knife.
Well, that can only mean one thing, my man RPM. Woo!
As you blow your mic out.
blow the mic out like these hoes get their hoes blown out.
I already made my video. I said, you know what, gentlemen, before this starts, just get a doll. I put it out there because we already know what's coming. No. Hey, get a doll, wait it out, call it even.
Yep. You know what, RPM, how many guys do you think are about to start getting hit with these Me Too cases coming up?
Oh, it's about to be bad. It's about to be.
I just saw someone say they got rent relief loans.
Of course.
Wait, hold on.
These single moms, I'm telling you, Drex, they're the most powerful force in government.
Wait a minute. Whoa. I just saw something flash across my screen. I swear that's what I just saw. Yeah, it says, housing.ca.gov.
COVID relief loans.
Housing is key. Need help with unpaid rent or utilities? The California COVID-19 Rent Relief Program provides financial assistance for rent and utilities to income-eligible California renters and their landlords who have been impacted by COVID-19. Both renters and landlords can apply for assistance.
That's how it's going in California.
But see, here's the big secret, though. Here's the big secret. California as a state is broke as hell.
Yep.
So that inflation bird is coming home to roost, isn't it?
Oops. Oh, yeah. Premium gas is already almost up to over $5 out here.
Oh, no.
Whoa. RPM. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, did I let that slip? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let that tidbit out. Yeah.
$5 a gallon?
Premium gas out here is up to $5 a gallon in some places. In some other places, it's around $4.39 for premium. Yeah. So the entirety of bitching about the inflation kicking in is starting to become very vocal. And I sit back and laugh my ass off. And I just ask them, did you vote? Yeah, you got what you voted for. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. Well, what are you now? Don't try to guilt trip me. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna ride this out.
You better.
Is there a lot of this RPM? Because I mean, it sounds very easy for the likes of us to say, "Well, you did vote for this," but are you starting to see from a lot of Californians? Well, this isn't what I voted for. Perhaps I voted the wrong way. Is this happening?
They're starting to be vocal about it now.
Wait, you talking voter regret or just how bad it's gotten?
Both.
Oh, really? You're wait, hold on. You're saying woke California is starting to have buyer's remorse, and they're saying, "I think we voted for the wrong candidate."
So are we getting a lot of "Let's go, Brandon"?
Should have voted for Caitlyn Jenner.
Buyers. I'm not saying they're having buyer's remorse. They're having Biden remorse.
Oh,
nice.
You went there.
So RPM, what is the mood? What is the mood around California right now? Right, like people, the cost of everything has skyrocketed. Rent has gone through the roof. They can't afford basic stuff. The freebies are over. Cuffing season is upon us. The men's are guarding their own wallets. All that stuff. What is the mood? What is the atmosphere? You said you saw the desperation. Describe the desperation.
Ooh, the desperation. Women are literally on the hunt now. If you're a man with a job, yeah.
You're Chad. You're a Chad.
You ain't got to be Chad anymore. You got to be a man that's breathing, with a job, with his own place.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. That's Chad. But look, here's the thing. That is the same stable guy that they didn't, that they basically ignored for the last, 50 years, right? The same guy that you just described, just a regular stable guy, right, with a decent job, decent income, decent benefits. He has become Chad overnight, right? He's Chad by California standards. That's a Chad, right? A garbage man is Chad now.
I heard from a colleague, if you like. I mean, he's something of like a Migtown guy. He moves in Migtown circles. A trucker, yeah, if you like. So, like, he does like real work, that kind of thing. And he was driving a vehicle. He just stopped off to just get some supplies. He wasn't doing anything particularly special. And there was a mother and her daughter. I mean, the daughter was in a sort of like mid to late teens, so there was nothing terribly untoward going on there. But the offer was, you can have us both if you provide for us.
Whoa.
I shit you not, yeah?
Whoa, wait a minute. What was this?
And this was in the United States. I can't tell you what state it was happening. But, and he was just, because he was like a Migtown, I was like, no, I'm not even listening to that. I'm just going to get my stuff, get up and get out and have a nice day.
Damn, mother. That's a single mom, because here's the thing, Phil, she wouldn't say that if she had a husband, right? Like no woman's walking the streets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because the man is providing. So a single mom is basically offering herself and her daughter. What age did, I don't know if you read this, but what age was the daughter?
She would have been mid to late teens. So, I mean, she was age appropriate, but I would still say that's inappropriate in itself.
Well, you know what? I don't know if you saw this. There was a TikTok video. It was a mom and the daughter swinging together with the dude. I don't know. Did you see that? Did you see that, RPM?
I've heard about that.
Yeah, it was a weird video. It was like I can't remember. I want to say it's like the mom, I think, comes on first, and it's the mom or the daughter, whichever one, is saying that, like, oh yeah, I'm saying I'm a super freak and I get it on and blah blah blah, and then they pull the camera over and there's the other person, right? There's the mom or the daughter. It's like, wait a minute, what? And then they show the dude. Like the dude is right there going like, yeah. It's like, man, that's what it's come to.
Phil giving us a shot of his junk there.
That
it's just got to be done every now and then,
I'm glad to see Belle Delphine's at least modest. She's got her clothes on.
Look at that. She's so giggly.
Quiet. And she's quiet. That's the best thing about it.
RPM, what do you think about that? Do you think that more guys, as these coming years, the dark years, really start coming, right? And the guy says, hey, man, I still got to get my rocks off. And he's going to invest in the doll because he says that's the cheaper option than obviously going out, putting on a simp suit. Do you see more of that coming in the future, RPM, of guys just getting the doll, being shut-ins, right? They go to work, or maybe they work from home, and they just blow the dolls back out or just sit there for companionship and call it a day. Do you kind of see more of that coming?
Oh, yeah. Once more men are willing to take the leap of faith and just say, you know what, this is going to be a calculated move. And if I'm worried about saving money, you know what, either pay to play or a doll for an in-home companion, that's going to be the cheapest thing in the long run.
Yeah, because the doll won't divorce rape you.
Oh, yeah.
Doll's not going to Me Too you.
No. No STDs, none of that. Yeah.
No
And
unwanted
hey, you get
pregnancies.
to take them. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's the future. I talked to Phil about that. And I said, "Hey, Phil, during the whole lockdowns, were guys kind of reaching out to you?" And Phil has always said, it's funny that you were talking about how a guy will reach out to you and he says, "Phil, this changed my life." It wasn't just like, "Oh, Phil, this is just like an accessory." Like, I think that's the thing. Phil, did that surprise you that guys were saying it changed their life? The doll wasn't just an accessory.
In the first instance, I wasn't necessarily looking for any sort of reaction like this, and it was nice to hear when it first happened. But I suppose in retrospect, looking at it, I perhaps should have been expecting something like this. But it changed the way I worked in that I was just doing this to make a living, and now that there's a point where I can actually feel as though I'm making a difference.
Mhm.
That's the thing, because there have been some guys who've turned around and said, "Look, I was talking about with myself, just the whole idea of self-deletion, and then I've thrown that idea in the bin now,
Oh,
and
wow.
you've just changed everything for me. Everything's now worth living." And as I was like, I just didn't expect to make that much of a difference for guys. So where it's gone from being something that I just did to like make a few dollars kind of idea, you could almost consider this somewhat vocational.
hmm the
So
self-deletion
it's
thing,
yeah, I know it's
that's
frightening when you
actually
think about
common.
it.
Phil, that's actually like more common than people want to let on, right? I'm sure RPM. Have you gotten, like whether it be a message or so, like did someone ever DM you or maybe a comment thread of yours where a guy said that like you saved them from self deletion, like they were about to do it.
I've got more than a few comments saying, you know what? Because of your dog videos and the fact that you put out so many, I finally decided to take the leap of faith, and I'm so glad that I did. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be putting out a video tomorrow about a guy who sent me a direct message, and he finally pulled the trigger and was like, "Yep, I'm so glad that I did it."
Another satisfied customer.
Well, what is?
Yep.
Let me ask you this: what is the biggest change that you see that from the client, Phil? I would say within how about like the first maybe like the first 30 days, right? Like that first month. So they get the doll. 30 days later, or how long does it usually take for a guy to email you from the arrival of the doll?
Well, it depends, you see, because for the first doll that anyone ever gets, and they go full 24 and they go dark for like a period of time because all they're doing is Hulk smash, Hulk smash, Hulk smash, right? And what they're doing is they're losing the top layer of skin on the top of their dick because they're just wearing that down. And then once they get past that and they realize that the doll is more than just merely a sex toy, and because there's something you go through, like I've got Belle here, right? Now, this will be a typical thing that you would do with actually having a sex doll. You'll put it in your living room or whichever room you've got the TV in, or the machine that you do all of your YouTube viewing through. And I will typically go out to make a cup of tea because I'm English, right? Now, as an American, you might make a cup of coffee or whatever it is, and you will get such a fright as you walk back in the room because there's this humanoid figure in the room that you were not expecting. And this gives you a fright, and you get beyond this kind of idea. And once you get used to this idea that there's a humanoid figure in your life, and you get used to it, it becomes part of your life, and it becomes more of a companion rather than just a sex toy. And people actually want this, and that's when they start to say that this has actually changed a lot. I don't feel alone all the time anymore. And a lot of people say, "Phil, you're talking shit. Stop it. You're just trying to sell the dolls." And it's like, no, honestly, I'm telling you, like 90% of the people who, when I say they buy a doll and they're into it, because there's a number of people who will buy a doll and say, "No, it's not for me. It's not the same as actually having a girlfriend." I don't mean these people, but the people who are actually into the whole idea that they can sit there and they will want to put their arm around the doll and they just feel that female presence in the room with them. These people say, everything has changed for me. Life is now worth living. And it's these people that you tend to think, I didn't expect to make this much of a difference. And it makes so much more of a difference for a man who feels that he's got a purpose in life now.
Phil, I got a question for you.
That's what's made the difference for me.
Has anyone ever told you they caught themselves feeling embarrassed about how they act in front of their doll, like passing gas or, eating sloppily, and they're like, "Oh, I saw my doll there," and I felt embarrassed.
There's a number of guys who will not use bad language. They'll not be in any way gauche around the doll or anything like that. They're actually better around the doll than they are around actual women.
You mentioned a story.
Women, no, you are not allowed to do that.
You mentioned an interaction you had with TFM very early on.
Oh God, yeah. He used a bot, if you like, back in the days when he had the Discord server. So Celestina was able to actually interact with the people of the Discord server, and she was saying stuff and doing the whole sort of virtual sort of reality thing. And of course, me being technically her grandfather, and she was going to be a bit cheeky with me. I said, you curb that shit, girl, or I'll put you over my knee and give you a good spanking. And TFM had to pull me to one side and said, you would not talk to another man's wife like this, would you? I said, if she was my daughter, yes, I would, but I didn't say that out loud. But I could see where he was coming from, and it was like, he really feels for this doll. And perhaps this is where some of the people of the Red Man group were coming from when they said, he's going a bit too far. Mm-hmm. I don't think so. The doll is whatever you want it to be, that kind of idea. And he is filling that sort of void in his life, that female void, with someone that he wants to love and stuff like that, because he has mother abandonment issues. Every girl he's ever been with has cheated on him and stuff like that. So he's filling the void in that respect. And that's fine. I don't see it from a psychological point of view as a wrong thing. As long as he's happy, I'm cool with that. As long as people aren't making the doll make them behave in such a way which is unhealthy, then I don't see a problem. But now that we're in these lives and times where we live and work at home, we don't go to work anymore. We actually work remotely. It's much easier to have the doll fulfill that sort of female void in your life. But does anyone have any queries or questions on that? Because there's a lot of people that would perhaps say that this is just by its very nature unhealthy. But I begin to question that, because I think we're living in unhealthy times.
I definitely agree with that. Well, one of the things that's crazy, Phil, is I look at your dolls, and like I said, I was actually introduced to you from TFM and RPM. That's how I was aware of you even before we met on Nick's show. And one of the things that really stands out to me is that I actually view these dolls as a highlight of a different issue, right? I'm going to go as far as to say the doll illustrates how far modern women have fallen. What do you think about that?
There is absolutely that. And TFM, I think, phrased this one quite well back in the day. And this is going back, 2-3 years? Perhaps even longer. That all that your real woman has to do is do one thing that benefits a man in his life, in his real life, not his virtual life, like his Discord life or anything. Mm-hmm. And then she beats the doll hands down. And yet, what we're seeing is woman after woman after woman trying to compete with the appearance of the doll.
Yep.
Actually making themselves look like a doll. And they will actually just stand there stock still to try and appear like a doll, rather than just be a real life woman and say, I will do one thing for you and therefore be better than any doll in the world. And yet women won't do this.
They won't do one.
They just want to be the queen of appearance, and that's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
People think that what TFM does with Celestina is unhealthy. Do you know what's really unhealthy, Phil? going to a protest or a march with a pussy hat saying women can do no wrong. Phil, that is very unhealthy.
Well, indeed. I mean, to tell women to reinforce their opinion that there is no responsibility that you must assume, and you can do and say anything that you want and everything will be fine, is it's irresponsible. But let's be honest. I mean, let's go full RPM here. There's going to come a certain point where the women step too far over the line and the smackdown then comes, and then they're not even going to see it coming. Right? Like when the lights go off, right, RPM?
Oh, the lights are definitely flickering, because if you look around, yeah, a lot of men nowadays are no longer holding back. They are not restraining themselves. And we've got far too many incidents that is showing that. And I just sit back and laugh because, hey, I'm not finna put my life on the line. Hell, even the meat sack would be a very long stretch. I mean, it'd have to be something dire happening right in front of me. But beyond that, not my problem.
There was something that happened recently in the US news. And I listened to this and I kind of nodded and I said, well, what were you expecting? This was the story where that homeless guy, I believe, got on the underground and he raped this woman and no one intervened. People were just merely recording it on their phones.
Yep.
And I said, well, you know, in my history, for 48 years, I've been told I can do everything that a man can do. I just need to be treated like a man.
Yep.
And so, well, we treated you like a man and you didn't like it. So what is your fix for this then? But they just want men to protect them like second-class citizens, but allow them to vote like first-class citizens.
Yep.
Now, you can't have it both ways, is my point. So if you're complaining about being treated like a man, yet you want to be treated like a man, it's like something has to give. The men are doing everything correctly. Women, it's your turn. It's your move on the chessboard.
But that requires accountability, which is their kryptonite. And I've talked to multiple women about this. And, you know, we have these conversations. As I said, at what point do you stop the cap and you say, I am lonely? This does suck, right? Because, Phil, if a dude's life sucks, if you really ask, like, look, man, be honest. Like, just be honest with me, man. Does your life suck? If a guy's life really does suck, he'll say, hey, Phil, I'm lonely, I'm this, I'm that. Women will sit there, and you know this, Phil, they will grandstand to the bitter end publicly, right? That they're strong and independent, right? Go home and cry themselves to sleep, right? Rather than just admit, like, it sucks. I'm admitting, I failed, right? The going this route, going the feminism route, that failed me, right? It failed my kids, it failed me. Like how do I get better? I want to do better. And like you said, you said just literally do one thing. Hey, Phil, if a woman just cooked you a meal and rubbed your shoulders, she has more value than every doll, right? She shuts up, cooks a meal, and rubs your shoulders, right? Because the doll can't do that.
Absolutely that. Yeah, I mean, it's just that one thing.
One thing.
And in as much as we would love it that dolls or maybe even sex robots could do that, but like I see dangers, because if a doll can give you like a shoulder rub or something like that, it can possibly put its hands around your neck and then maybe like stop airflow. And there's going to be so many problems with that. So it's like, girls, the bar is so low for you to get beyond. And just for you even to like equal the doll. But you can exceed this so very easily, yet you choose not to. Now, remember, it's you that are choosing not to exceed the dolls, right? Men are just waiting for that shit to happen. But if you're not going to do it, you can only look upon yourselves and blame yourself. It's not men who are doing this, it's you.
Well, here's the best part about the doll. If you were, okay, let's just say you're a woman out there and you're like, yo, I want to be better than the doll so I can land me a man, right? The doll is static. You know exactly what your competition is going to do, right? The doll, look, Belle is sitting next to you. She can't get up and go make you a sandwich, right? She's literally incapable. So Belle, she never changes, right? It's just like this, right? So if you know that, Phil, it's not like, okay, when you look at sports, right? You grew up in a household where your dad was a big football guy, right? And he says, hey, look, you have competition out there, right? your competition keeps changing, right? Every minute, every play, they're constantly changing, right? Because they don't. If you go on a soccer field, right, or in your case, a football field, they don't just stand there and let you score, right? They're doing something, right? Belle is just sitting there. So if you're a woman going, well, Drex, what's my competition? Okay, you see all these turbo thots, right? That's your competition. You see Belle, you see Pendants, that's your competition. It's like, but the doll is just sitting there. Like, so you literally have to do more than not be a thot and cheat on the dude and not just sit there, right? Yeah. Literally just do one thing, which is what you said.
By the way, Pendants is mine. You lay off her. By the way, I scored my 100 like shot. Guys, we're 177 likes. We're almost at 200. Come on, you can do it.
Hooray. But for actual real women, for women that actually move around and actually do stuff and actually have some purpose in life, even when they look at each other as people to overcome, or like people that they need to be better than, they still look at those potential women and say, I just need to be prettier.
Yep.
And that is perhaps one of the problems with them. I just have to be pretty. I just have to have a better appearance, and then everything will sort itself out. And this is perhaps one of the problems. Now, like a real wife kind of problem, which is almost irreplaceable, is more than just an appearance. Because we could get a cardboard cutout of a really pretty woman, and that would be as good as like one of these so-called women. But a wife, she does all sorts of things, and she is irreplaceable. But women just can't see this for some reason. Like that persona is invisible to real women, whereas to men, it's one of the most important things in their lives.
You know, it's crazy. I actually just had this conversation, and I was talking to Kat about this. So she was watching Barstool Sports, and she says that one of the guys said Kate Upton is a 6, right? So I was actually, this was funny, I was confusing Kate Upton for Ashley Graham. So the guy said Kate Upton in 2014 was a 6. So I said, okay. So I Googled the pictures, and I looked at her, and I went, and I just, focused on the face, right? Because I said, you and I both know, the Hollywood makeup, the airbrushing, all that stuff, most of these chicks look very basic without all that, right? So we can all agree there, right? So I said, I looked at it real hard, I said, yeah, I kind of agree with the guy. Because her point was, she's like, well, damn, if Kate is a 6, I must be a 3. And I was like, you don't understand how men view women. And Phil, you can tell women this over and over ad nauseum. They never really get it.
Yeah.
RPM has talked about on numerous times that, like, he talks about the meat sack, and he says, look, this is all I'm really, asking of you. And like RPM said, the extent of where most women begin and end is just looks, right? That's why, think about it. What do they invest in? They don't invest in cooking. They invest in what? Beauty products, right? I got this mascara. I got my eyebrows done. Phil, I got teeth whiteners. I got everything that they invest in. Seriously, go look at a woman and go like this. Show me everything that you spent money on. Clothes, shoes.
But can
makeup.
You see where this comes from, though?
Yep.
Because in as much as women do respond well to the feedback that they get from men, imagine that multiplied by 3 or 4, and it's the feedback that they get from their girlfriends that they listen to as opposed to men.
Yep.
Because
and they say their girlfriends are wrong.
Yeah, but if men en masse give a lot of positive feedback to a woman, it's the female feedback that she gets from her girlfriends that she listens to 10 times more than the men. And when the women get that wrong, they still listen to that as absolute truth, and that's where everything goes awry.
Yeah, well, and that's one of the troublesome things that I've noticed with a lot of modern women is that I go like this. Why would you go to women and ask women how to get men? Wouldn't you go ask men, hey, guys, what is it that you guys are looking for, right? Like, because here's the thing. Seriously, just do a flow chart if you have to. Do a T-chart and go like this. I talked to 50 different guys, right? Random dudes, a big guy, a small guy, a black guy, a white guy, a rich guy, a poor guy. Would you agree, Phil, most guys are basically looking for the same thing, right? The basic same thing in women, right?
Yep. What they're essentially wanting is to be made to feel like the most important guy in the world, Not like the best looking guy or the most muscle bound guy or anything like that. But as long as any woman can make them feel important, then he feels on top of the world, like the whole Titanic idea.
I don't even think it's that much,
He's going to
Phil.
work harder.
I don't even think it's that much. Just promise me you're not going to cheat on me.
From the TFM aspect, yep,
Yeah.
that is pretty much his top thing. As he's had cheating girl after cheating girl after cheating girl, he just needs somebody that is not going to like run the gauntlet and do some of the guy for him. And this is perhaps why, like, a lot of women will say, like, TFM is damaged, and maybe to some degree that they are correct. But is this not now de rigueur or like the norm for women these days and what they do to guys? So therefore, if guys en masse are all behaving like TFM, it becomes the norm.
Yeah. I got a couple of super chats to hit really quick, and Drex, do you want to start the Chameleon Crusades? Oh, I know RPM's going to love this one.
Chameleon Crusades.
Oh yeah, yeah. Give me a. We'll explain it in a second here. Frederick Little says, "Happy Halloween, guys. Since you guys already mentioned your favorite horror movies, I want to ask you all, what's the worst horror movie you ever watched?"
Oh shit.
Oh,
there's a lot of bad ones.
There are.
Titanic.
An Inconvenient Truth was the worst horror movie I ever watched.
Ugh.
The Al Gore one.
I've seen some bad ones. There's our man, smart ass droid.
Oh, go ahead, RPM.
I'm gonna have to go with, believe it or not, Jack Frost.
Oh, that's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, the criminal gets turned into a snowman.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's so redeeming, that.
It's Phil. You might have to watch this. It's awful. It's appallingly awful.
Speaking of movies that kind of made my blood run cold idea, it's not necessarily a horror. Gone Girl, though.
Oh yeah,
really made my blood run cold on that one.
That shit. Well, here's the thing, though, Phil. Do you know what I loved about Gone Girl? Gone Girl represents the extent that women will go, but here's the big thing: it's the educated woman who does that, right? The diabolical shit.
Do you want to know what was really awful about that? I mean, the movie in itself is, it's fairly scary and stuff like that, especially to like a truly red-pilled guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually in the movie theater watching this, and women were getting to their feet and applauding as the cast names came up, and they're saying, "Yeah, you do that, girl."
Yep.
As though this was the good thing to do. And I was like, now I understand that women are the enemy. Yeah. Women is the great Satan that was in the book of Genesis. I was right. It's not that like the beast is the serpent or anything. The beast is femaleness. That's the problem.
The worst horror movie I ever watched was this very low budget film called Thanksgiving. That was the second worst. The actual worst movie was its sequel. I think it was called Thanksgiving 3, The Search for Thanksgiving 2.
Oh, what?
So
I know that movie.
Of course you do.
I mean, the gobble motherfucker is just hilarious.
Hey, RPM, you just got stuffed.
Yeah, that is so terrible.
It's about a killer turkey. The very first scene in the original movie, Thanksgiving, the very first scene has Wanda Lust with her tits out.
The porn star?
Yeah.
She's a blonde chick, right?
Yep.
I kind of remember her vaguely.
She's got some tickle bitties. But yeah, she was in that film, and the very first scene is her in like this old time. RPM, help me out here. What was she wearing?
It's been so long, I don't even remember.
It was some kind of like
Can't remember.
Uh,
But
it was some old, like, traditional dress, like a very, very old time. It almost kind of looked like a nun costume, sort of. But yeah, but her tits were out.
It was like a pilgrim's wear.
Yeah, pilgrims.
It was
Yes. It was a pilgrim dress. But
That
the
just
top was
sounds
down and her
awful
tits were out.
on every level. Well, you know, that actually was the for those of you guys who remember the movie Grindhouse, the fake trailers when Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez made it. There was a fake trailer in there called Thanksgiving, right? And it was made to be like kind of like Halloween, just around Thanksgiving, right? And the killer was named the Pilgrim, right? So he walks around in a pilgrim outfit and a scythe and just cuts people's heads off and stuff. It is if you guys ever want to watch something hilarious, just watch a Thanksgiving trailer, directed by Eli Roth. Hilarious. So yeah, it's for me. I've watched so many bad horror. I mean, Nick and I have gone through. I mean, literally hundreds of bad movies. Halloween 8, which is Halloween Resurrection. That movie, man, it is way up. It is so atrociously bad. Because here's the thing, you know, when you think about bad movies, Phil, you know, like movies have a scale. You have bad movies, mediocre movies, good movies, and then you have awesomely bad, right? Like you have the movie that's so bad it's good, right? So that means the worst kind of movie you can have is either a bad movie or mediocre because it didn't make you feel anything, right? Like you walked out there, you're like, meh. So a bad movie in some ways can actually be good if it's awesomely bad, right? You go, oh my God, Phil, that movie was so bad, but I was still entertained because it was so bad, right? Halloween Resurrection was just bad. It wasn't even like, awesomely bad. It was just bad.
Yeah,
It's like,
this
movie's terrible.
Hot Wax Zombies on Wheels was funny bad. Nick watched that as one of his Amazon streams. Watch parties.
When you watch an awesomely bad movie, it is going to be hilarious. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to movies, you have two jobs. You either are going to entertain and or tell a story. So if you have no story in your movie, the next question is your movie entertaining? Well, if you have a movie that is awesomely bad, it tends to be entertaining. Yeah. What you don't want is a movie that goes like this. Hey, Phil, were you entertained? No. Did it tell a story? No. So what did you do? You're like, I wasted 2 hours of my life. That is the worst feeling you can ever have. Is to get out of a movie and you're like, damn, I can never get that time back. That movie sucked.
All right.
It's awful.
Short Red 555 says, hi, peeps. I have a question. I found a girl that is unicorn material, but there are two major problems. It's hard for her to have kids. She has a medical condition. Mm-hmm. And two, she is timid. Is a girl being too timid a problem?
I would say yes, personally. Because here's the thing. By definition, a unicorn would be timid because they're not exposed to the world, right? Like they're not caught up in the degeneracy.
I would think Miss Lex could be described as timid.
Yeah. Well, I remember meeting when I first met like Lady Rackets. Like Lady Rackets was not like running around like all crazy. So yeah, most women who are like reserved and kind of quiet, they tend to be very timid. Some of them it's an act. Like let's be honest, Phil. How many quote unquote timid good girls have you seen getting trains run on them? Right. So you got to be wary.
Yeah, that'd be in the zero figures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my first question would be to this gentleman is, what are your intentions with this woman? Do you just want to smash, or are you trying to go beyond that?
He sounds like he wants kids.
Yeah.
He wants kids.
Because he said that she can't have kids. Like a person would only say that if they themselves wanted kids. Because like
not that she can't, kids, right? Not that she can't have kids, but it's more difficult for her.
Yeah. If you want to have kids, that is going to be a major thing.
Is he running interference though, just trying to make her sound like the unicorn as opposed to the social pariah and so forth?
All right,
she actually is. That's the problem.
So what are the golden
ask
rules?
The question, right? Why,
Drex? What are the golden rules? Ask for her phone.
Yep.
Right, and the 3 qualities. Right. So the 3 qualities that you need for a unicorn, according to you, has to be a virgin.
Yep.
No tattoos.
Nope.
No debt.
Nope.
And no OnlyFans.
Yeah.
And no OnlyFans. But take her phone.
Yeah, you'll know. All the girls' secrets are in her phone. So if you grab the phone, you'll know whatever she's up to. Because, I mean, RPM has done stories about this where these guys are finding out things. And I mean, RPM, most of your HMTs, it's a matter of the guy found out something, right? She was cheating on him. She was taking all of his money. He didn't know. She was going to divorce, rape him. Something happened that she was doing under the guise of night, right? Like she was pretending to be a good wife or whatever, and then bam, she hits him with this dagger of betrayal, and that's what causes the guy to snap.
Typically, that's what happens.
Yep. Oh, and RPM, we've said this a few times.
Or she just don't know when to shut the fuck up.
Yep. Run in her mouth.
Run in her mouth.
So RPM, would it be wise then for a man, just as a matter of course, to view every woman as the enemy and then see if she can run the gauntlet to become something like wife material? And if she can manage that, then perhaps. Whereas every man seems to like view women as potential wife material without having her run the gauntlet at like checking her phone, see if she's got like an OnlyFans or any of that sort of thing. What do you think?
That would be good in theory. However, most guys are too afraid to make that step. They're too afraid.
Agreed.
They have the scarcity mindset.
Yep.
If I push to try to get more information, she might leave me. And that's where the majority of men will stop.
Yep. And I've said two things on this show many times. Right? So the first thing is HMTs don't happen from red pill people. RPM, back me up on this one. Who's doing the HMTs? Who's putting on the mask? It's not red pill guys. It's blue pill guys who have the world crash on them when reality hits.
That would be 1,000% correct.
And
well, here's the thing.
Because they expect like the women to be like that beautiful little girl from next door who does nothing wrong, says nothing wrong, sees nothing wrong. Yep. And the reality of women is that they are like the next incarnation of Satan. So if you expect them to be as such, then you're not going to be surprised as such. And they have to prove themselves different rather than just, I'm a girl, therefore I'm, a nice little person, which is what your average blue pill guy thinks.
Yeah. The other thing, the other thing I say often too is that what are her friends saying? Drax, Miss Lex has told us what the women that she interacts with has said. They pressure her to be a thot. So if all her friends are coming to you and saying, "Oh, she's a good girl, she's a good Christian girl," you got yourself a keeper right there. Red flag.
Red flag. Yeah. Well, one of the things that Miss Lex talked about often is that it's like, remember, these weren't even her friends. She's like basically just like the girls like who are being in college. She said these are the girls that are just like basically her peers, right?
Yep.
So, she says that she doesn't hang out around dudes, or not, obviously not hang around dudes. She didn't hang around women because of here's what happens. The rare good girls who aren't going down the thot path, right? When they're around girls their age, they're like, oh yeah, she seems like, because you always hear that, Phil, she seems nice, right? She seemed cool. She seemed okay. And this is where a lot of women realize, this is where women get their red pill. They're like, oh, this girl seems nice. She seems pretty cool. So they go try to hang out with them like, wait a minute. Why are you with this guy? I thought you had a boyfriend. Don't tell anybody. This is my little secret.
Oh.
And the girl's like, wait a minute. Whoa, wait, what? Like, Phil, this has happened time and again. I'm sure you've heard women tell you this, where they were with one of their girlfriends. They thought everything was cool. And out of nowhere, a bomb gets dropped, right? They're like, wait a minute, who is this guy?
And this is just taken as normal. Like, don't say anything. It's just my bit on the side. And women stick together, and like, she might not agree with it, but like, women all pull together on the same side, and therefore, we're just little girls, so therefore we have to look after one another. But as soon as a guy looks after another guy, when he's got a girl on the side, all of a sudden he's the biggest arsehole in the world.
Yep. Well, not only that, I've always said this. The last person to find out that their significant other is having an affair is that person, right? Male or female. I got to be fair. Male or female. Because if a guy is dirt dogging his girl, other people know, right? They just don't say anything. If it's a woman dirt dogging the dude, other people know. The last person that finds out, it's you. You're like, wait a minute, what? Huh? Because her girlfriend knew, people in the neighborhood knew. Think about it, Phil. If a woman has another man come into the house or come into the apartment, or she's going somewhere to get bunker busted, someone in her apartment complex knows. Someone in that area tends to know, right? Because like, wait a minute, why is she coming home? I saw her in, she had like on a coat, right? She had a trench coat on. Like, why would she be wearing a trench coat? And they're probably thinking like, I wonder if she has like lingerie under there, right? She came back in the middle of the night. Why is she leaving in the middle of the night, in high heels, right? Because, a lot of women don't walk around in flats. If they're going to go for a date, they're going to go to the date in the clothes that they want to get smashed in. So they will walk outside in 5-inch heels. So when you hear those heels clacking, you're like, wait a minute. It's 11 p.m. Didn't she say her husband was going on a business trip? Oh, right? Oh. And RPM said it. RPM, did you hear about, there was that case that Nick and I just saw, a YouTuber yeeted his wife, actually, right? His estranged wife and the other guy, right? And the dude was coming over to smash. Yeah, he put the mask on. And he's a YouTuber, and this is a fairly big YouTuber, right? His name was. I'm sure someone's gonna post his name.
Yeah, someone's got it.
Post his name.
Oh, by the way, Anna's in the chat.
Hey,
his name was Ali Abulabin.
That's his name. Yep, that's the dude.
Yep.
It went down in San Diego in a certain tower, and when I looked at the story, I knew exactly where that went down.
Yep.
So Drex,
he put the mask on.
Let me do a multi-step hypothetical with you. All right. So, I'm coming to visit in a couple of weeks, and I bring my girl with me. Okay. And you spot her phone unlocked. She's busting it open for another guy. What do you tell me?
What does who tell him?
You. So you see her phone unlocked, and she's busting it open for another guy. She's got her messenger, right?
Oh, yeah.
And she's busting it open for other guys. So what should you tell me?
I should go tell you, she's for the streets.
Okay. And then what happens when I say, no, Drex, you're trying to break us up. You're jealous of our relationship.
Yep.
Okay, what do you do then? I'm done. I'm done.
It doesn't matter. Like, you did your bit.
Yep.
You did your best.
If you won't accept it, then that's
yeah. You get one.
Yeah. Well, I've been there, Phil. I'm sure you've been there. Tim's been there. RPM's. Every guy has been there where they try to tell a guy, "Yo, man, this girl is bad
this
news."
Girl's a
and the guy
hoe.
gets mad at you. She's a hoe, bro. Like, what are you doing? No, you just don't want me to be happy. I'm like, well,
all right,
whatever, man.
I did my part.
Phil, do you know how many people have come back to me being mad, like, Drex, you didn't tell me, or I should have listened? I'm like, dude, I was telling you that from day one, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
The only downside to it is the guy usually sort of defriends you there and then when you tell him. And then even when you're proven right in the long run, he still doesn't want to become a friend because, like, you were the bearer of bad news. And that's the downside.
A lot of people do not want to admit they're wrong.
Yep.
Of course not.
I see what you did there in the chat there, Drex. I got a couple more super chats to go through. We got to get... so Joshua Vidrine says... we got to get Boston Dynamics to collaborate with Phil. Then we can have robot doll waifus capable of basic tasks. Imagine Noreen from Feminists.
But what do we want from robot dolls? Because the problem I have is, like, a lot of guys, and they want this robot doll to be able to do, let's say, housework, right? So it's busy doing that. I hate the idea that my sex robot is busy doing the housework and it can't have sex with me. I would rather have a housework robot and a sex robot, so I can just have the sex robot just there whenever I need it.
Oh, Phil, I just saw something very disturbing. I can't wait.
What, again?
I can't wait to get my main man over here. I got to figure out where he just posted that. I just saw a message from none other than Smartass Droid.
Oh yeah, we'll get him in. He's got stories to tell. We'll get him in someday.
Right, there he is. I don't know where. Okay. Oh no, he was texting me directly. Okay. This is crazy. He says regular dating woman will juggle 5 minute once, yet find out you're poly or a couple say it's not for them, right? Seen that. They have to be in control despite their natural desires. Alpha guys need to stand to that challenge. A woman's natural state is a place within the land-based. Yeah, all that. Now, here's the thing that I just saw that made me go, wait, what? According to Smartass Droid, he's out in Australia. He says the fastest growing dating apps are Threesome Plus apps. Field exploded over the year. All men are going to thirst on there, but single men are ignored as they should be. Couples seeking unicorns, normal hunters. Used to be your ugly feminist type being unicorns. Now it's mostly girl next door types. Yeah. The Threesome app, I've been hearing about this from quite a few people. I didn't know that the apps were now all the way over there in Australia like that. That's very disturbing, man.
Depends, Threesome app, right? Up. Because as guys, we've kind of both been there, where you can see your significant other like getting back blown out by like somebody else. As long as she's into it, and you're kind of in that mindset, it's fine. But there is a certain devil may care attitude that has to be employed to be able to do this. Now, if all men do this, whether they understand it or not, you are drifting into red pill territory and away from blue pill territory if you do this. So if you go in that sort of whole polyamorous or threesome sort of area, men are going to get like a lot better at not caring, because it's the point that men care too much that keeps them specifically in the blue pill area. Now, once they don't care and say, oh, well, if she's going to cheat, she's going to cheat. I don't really care that much, which is kind of the attitude I've had over the years. And men would always look horrified at me when I just didn't care what a woman did. And the women were just kind of, oh, that's kind of progressive of you. But then, like, when shit goes down, you're just kind of, oh, well, okay, so she's fucking somebody else. Okay, so it's time for me to fuck somebody else. That's when women start to get a bit horrified over it, because they don't have any hold over you. But do you kind of agree that
it's always been about control?
Yeah.
Always.
Well, that was the Destiny argument too, right? Because Destiny said that, I'm in a poly relationship. I don't gatekeep my girlfriend. It's like, okay, how many women are you sleeping with versus how many men is she sleeping with? Because if that ratio isn't 1-to-1, you're being taken advantage of. She's cheating on you. I mean, straight up.
There was an aspect where that was brought up to me, where the open relationship was kind of brought up, and I was like, okay, let's do that right here, right now. Because I already had my phone in my hand, and she knew I could just make a few phone calls, and it'd be like 3 or 4 girls that would be in my bed that evening, and I was able to out-whore her, kind of idea, and that stopped that happening straight away.
Yeah, the biggest enemy to women, Phil, is a man with options.
Yeah, and that was the thing. I mean, 9 out of 10 guys don't have the options, and that's why it always goes wrong. But
most of these guys have no options, man. Bill, look, I've talked about this with a lot of the women I know. Most guys talk about their fantasy is to have 2 women at once, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to tell you guys right now, most dudes, right? I'm going to say at least 90%. That's 9 out of every 10. If they got 2 women right then and there, they wouldn't even do anything. They would just freeze up. I know this because the women have told me. Phil, you talk about being in the lifestyle. You've been to swing clubs. Your average guy, even if he came with a girl and there's another girl there, he can't perform, right? He's just like,
All right.
I've even had it in that situation where guys, they freeze up so much, they will even say they will offer their girl to you because they don't know what to do.
They don't. Yep. Well, I mean, RPM, you're in California. I've been hearing more and more of. I don't know if you know this. I meant to send a message on your show, which is the number one whatchamacallit, the number one search in California is cuck porn. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh yeah, that came out 6 months ago, 4 months ago.
Yeah. RPM, what do you think about that, man?
Wait a minute.
You live out in California.
Oh, you did. RPM didn't know that. The number one Google search, or was it porn? It was Pornhub search, right?
Pornhub, yeah.
Number one Pornhub search in California, cuck porn.
What do you think about that, RPM?
Whoa. Say that one more time so I can thoroughly wrap my head around
Okay,
this.
I'm gonna go slow.
In California, the number one search for, when people are looking for interracial, BBW, Asian girls, guy stuff, whatever it is they're
Tentacles.
looking for, right?
Goblins.
Yeah, tentacles, goblins. There's one thing in California that was the number one search. It was cuck porn, right? What do you think about that? California specific. Not MILF porn, cuck porn.
So many years ago, I was right in dubbing this state California. Holy shit, I'm vindicated.
Yeah, instant vindication. I mean, are we surprised? RPM, are you surprised at all?
To be so many guys that will be thinking, well, yeah, but I want to watch this because I want to be the guy cucking the other guy. But I don't know. I think I see where Drex is coming from on this one.
Yeah.
Like, it's too close to home for a lot of guys.
Koopa, the Goblin Troopa, says, hello, Phil, RPM, Tim, and of course, Drexel. 3 questions. 1, Drexel, any luck inviting line of Migtown?
No. So I haven't reached out to him yet.
No, but
Yeah,
we are
last week
so
we
backed up on guests, right?
Yeah.
We're so backed
we've been
up.
backed up because once I hit that trip along with the flight grid going down, and I ended up getting stuck along with a hell of a lot of other people. United just was it United or American canceled 1,600 flights today, and there were problems last week. It's been a disaster, man. The flight grid is all messed up. 1,600 flights. Do you know how many people that is? And what was that? How long ago was Southwest, right, Tim?
Yep.
Was it 3 weeks ago,
Oh,
right?
but that was poor weather, Drex. Clearly.
Yeah, poor weather. Dude, they canceled like 2,000 flights. I'm thinking to myself, do you know how many people feel, if you remember, Southwest Airlines only flies a 737, right? They fly various models of the same 737, which means bare minimum, you're talking about, if you have a
200
100% packed plane, about 150 people roughly, right?
Yeah.
Minimum. But by times that by 2,000 plus flights, it's like, are you guys even making an effort? Like, come on, man.
The people in the UK probably won't grasp this very well because with the UK being something of a small country, if the airlines went down en masse and there's just no flights going, you can jump on a train and you can be the other end of the country in like a number of hours. That's not the case in the United States. You've got so much land mass to actually cover that flying is the only real way to do it. So, like, if the airlines go down, that's a real problem in the States.
Yeah.
It's even worse in Canada because our main airline is government owned. It's a government crown corp. That's Air Canada. And then the only competitor is WestJet. And Canada has much less people and much more land. Right, we're much wider than the U.S. Right, go from St. John's, Newfoundland to Victoria or Vancouver, British Columbia. You're crossing 4 time zones. Question number 2. What advice? This is for Phil. What advice do you give those who want a doll but are worried about friends and family's thoughts?
Never worry about what a thot thinks. But I'm being facetious.
Oh, and RPM, you have an answer for this too.
Yeah, I got an answer.
RPM first, please.
First and foremost, does he live by himself or does he live with his family?
I think he's living by himself. I think he's either moving or will move very soon. So I think he's living by himself.
Okay. Well, see, that completely negates his question. If he's going to be living by himself,
yeah, it's not
his house, his rules. They don't like it. Don't come.
Yeah. I mean, is it anyone else's business?
There is that. I mean, it depends how far you want to take it because it's going to be a case of, let's say the guy lives like me. He's got Belle just sat next to me. Pennant's just in bed, looking all sexy, just waiting for to retire to the bedroom.
Don't you talk about Pennants like that.
But the point being, if people say, "Oh, that's terrible. How could you possibly do that?" You have to have the spine to be able to say, if you don't like it, fuck off. I don't care what you think, right?
Yeah.
If you don't want to speak to me, if you don't like about anything like this, then go and talk to somebody else about it. Now, I consider this part of growing up because you have to become completely separate from your parents. Where, like, I know people in their 40s and 50s that still do what their parents tell them to do because they're my parents. I have to do what they say. It's like, no, when you're an adult, you do what you do, right?
Yep.
Not what your parents say.
Yeah.
And they've never grown apart from the parents. And I think that's important. Now, it's not necessarily like from a doll aspect or anything like that, but if you're not your own man, you're still a child, I tend to feel.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And if someone's going to bust your balls really bad about that kind of stuff, are they really your friend? Are they going to stick with you in the corner when the chips are down? Or are they only around because it's good and you're making money? So
that's it. I mean, when somebody wants a piece of the action, they're not really a friend.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how someone really could care. Here's the thing, Phil. I would say that if one of my buddies came up to me going, yo, Drex, I'm going to get a doll, even if it had this been 10 years ago, I'd have been like, oh, the only thing that's going to make me disown you as a friend, in terms of you doing something that's fully legal, right?
Getting
the only
pegged.
legal thing that you can do, the only thing that you can do that is legal that will make me disown you is if you're a fucking furry.
Oh,
You can't be my friend if you're a furry.
I thought getting pegged was...
Yeah, or yeah, if you're a furry, if you get pegged, or you're a cuckold, I can't break bread with you.
The thing is, now this isn't after the fact thing. Like assuming that your friend's kind of like, oh, you're getting a doll, I'll just deal with that my own way. After a few months, what I find that happens 9 times out of 10, like the friend will come back and say, what changed with you? You're like so much more happier, relaxed, you're just like a better kind of person.
Yeah.
Because there's none of this. And the unspoken question is because is it the lack of sexual tension, which most guys have? Because any guy who has a doll doesn't have sexual tension at all. He's busting nuts so many times. He knows he can put the capital H in Hulk smash kind of idea.
Yeah.
And he's spent. So, like, he's just like an easygoing guy. And these are the easiest people to be around, the easiest people to be friends with. So if your friend can get beyond that initial sort of, oh, that's a bit weird that you can actually have a doll, and all of a sudden your friend's the best friend that you've ever had in your life, that's a good place to be in.
Yeah, and finally, question number 3 is for RPM. RPM, have you ever fallen for one of these chameleons we've been talking about? One of these tradcon women that, pretend that they're a unicorn?
Have I ever fallen for one?
Or what one would you go after, I guess? He said, what chameleon would you go after? I'm not sure, what the gist of the question there is.
The gist of the question is, I'm assuming this guy must not know my full story, but let's just say in a hypothetical, me and the meat sack finally officially divorced. Would I go for a chameleon with all the knowledge that I have? No.
No, because chameleons, let's get something straight here. Chameleons are good at blending in, but they're not perfect. Right? You can find red flags, you can find cracks in the armor. Now, if you are blue-pilled, you ignore those.
Yeah, but I would say that personally, I'm too far gone. I'm too awake. So if a woman actually tried to do something like that, my alerts are already on full blast. I'm like, nah, I don't trust this woman, because I'm already thinking of the possibilities. And I'm the type of person, I accept a snake for being a snake.
I'm in the same boat. Bill, you said that on an older episode, right? Like you and I talked about that, and you said, I knew I was fully on the other side when the question was asked to me, Drex, what if there was a unicorn and she was literally everything you wanted, right? Literally everything, and there's no downside. I said I still wouldn't do it, right? That was when I knew I was done, right?
That's kind of like where I'm coming from on this, and I get asked the question in many different forms, but it's still the same question. What will it take you to come back to the plantation? And it's like, well, I've looked too deeply into female nature and I don't like what I see, so I can't come back.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Phil, there are women out there. There are quality women, right? There, there's mostly bad, but there are a few quality ones. You could put a quality woman in front of me right now, right? Like, I'm talking wife material. I'd be like, I hope you're going to be a great wife for someone else. It won't be me. I will not do it under literally any circumstance, right? And anyone who's known me, Nick has only known me on 25 years. He'll tell you, I have never once even entertained marriage, not even once.
But you're not even saying that out of spite or anything like that.
Yeah,
It's like I hope it works well for you.
Yeah. It's not bitterness. It's not spite. People have been around me, because there are people out there who think like, maybe Drex is bitter. But I go, look, dude, I don't have like the heartbreak story, right? Like I don't have like, oh, the girl broke my heart and I got angry. I don't have that story. I was born. I grew up. I had access to lots of women, attractive women at a very early age. I know what it's like to be the most popular kid in school, right? I've been through all that as an athlete, blah, blah, blah. But when all that happens, Phil, you start to see more and more female nature, right? When you're homecoming king, you're like, wait a minute. So you didn't know who I was. I have never seen you before. All of a sudden, I have clout in school because I'm homecoming king. Now, all of a sudden, you came out of the woodwork, right? I'm getting recruited by this school. Now, all of a sudden, you come out of the woodwork, right? And eventually, you're just kind of like, oh, now I see the game, right? I see the game now. And you know this, Phil. When you go broke, let's say you're struggling, right? These people don't really want you around when you're struggling, right? So you start to as a man, you build on that, right? It makes you stronger. So that when you are ready to take on the world and you look around, you got a team around you, you got your resources intact. You look around, you're like, I remember all of you, and you all got older and uglier.
You hit the wall. You hit the wall a lot harder than the show did.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's that we're lucky. When we were at the bottom of the trough kind of idea, we kind of saw female nature. So when you get to a point when you're riding the top of the crest of the wave and you're on top of the world, it's like, no, I don't need the woman. Whereas like a lot of guys feel that they need a woman to be complete. And I'm just like, you know what? No, I'm cool the way I am. Everything's just right the way it is. I don't need this. And people might say there's a certain amount of spite or hate involved in it. But I know just having a woman in my life is actually going to pull me down a bit, like the whole sort of idea of the ball and chain as the wife. And I'm not into that.
Oh, by the way, our degenerate fetishist is in the chat as well.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, he's hanging out.
Yeah.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, he might be wearing a diaper as we speak.
The greatest spit take I've ever seen Drex do. Guys, check out Ricada Law's video with Drex and the degenerate fetishist.
That was last week. Yeah, it was during MEA weekend. Look, Phil, here's the thing. Do you know why I love this guy? Is that he's self-aware and he knows it's horrible, right? He's like, look, he goes, I know I'm a degenerate. I know I deserve to be on the wall for wearing a diaper. I couldn't help but laugh.
Yeah, RPM, we're not joking.
This is great. He literally says, he goes, I know I'm a degenerate. I'm the worst. He goes, but make sure you yeet the furries first. On the stack, right? On the kink stack, furries are still at the bottom. They are the worst of the worst of the worst.
But there has to be something about them, though, because I mean, somebody wants to wear a furry suit and have sex. I'm kind of okay with that. But there has to be more to it than that, because so many people dislike the furries so much.
Yeah.
So Phil, here's the issue with furries. And he said this too. Shout out to our man, our diaper wearing degenerate. One of the things you learn about furries, it's never just that. Because here's the thing. In a general term, the reason why you have nothing against a furry until you know about furries is that like you're like, oh, someone's kink is to put on a rabbit suit or a horse suit and go smash.
Yeah.
You go like this. Okay, that's your thing. Not my thing, but oh well, right? Until you learn, wait a minute, you're saying that none of them do that? No, none of them just put on the costume and smash. It's always some weird degenerate shit. Phil, this dude he took, what is it, Tim? He took a garbage out of it was a dirty diaper out of the trash can and microwaved it. And I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't remember that, but I'm having Vietnam flashbacks.
I don't even want that to go back in my mind. That's just awful.
it's always something weird and degenerate and like borderline, crazy and creepy. So I'm kind of like, dude, why can't you just put on the furry suit and
do missionary,
do sex acts? Yeah. Just go do missionary or doggy. Like, I could accept that, but it's always something weird.
Yeah, and furry is actually a modifier to every other kink, right? Because Degenerate Fetishist was talking about furry diapers, right?
Yeah, they're worse than the regular diaper guy.
Do you think they use it, if you'll pardon the play on words, they use it as a cover to cover their real sexual fetish? Like, I'm a furry, and like people tend to go like, oh, well, okay, I can live with that, but like, I'm into like microwaving diaper fetish, because you wouldn't say that even in impolite company. Because
furryism, we've seen some furries on the internet who will sexually assault animals, or they're into cub porn or lolly or stuff like that, right? There's always a modifier on top. That's why they're the lowest of the low. Because think of the worst kink, right? Okay, cuck or pegging. Okay, there's a furry version of that, and that's worse. There's furry cuckolds. There's furry peggings.
There's a guy who I followed from his inception on Twitter, and he admitted himself as a furry, and even he said furries shouldn't be allowed anywhere because there's something wrong with them.
All right. Short Red 555 says this is the guy who messaged us about his unicorn. Everything checks out except for the debt, which is related to her family. She from an old school Mexican background, and they want to keep her close.
Let them marry her.
Yeah.
It sounds like justification, It sounds like you're making up excuses.
Unless she has a big ass on her chest and there's absolutely no reason to not marry her, then that's the only reason to do it.
It's gonna be dark days coming up.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something that's crazy. RPM, I want your take on this, because this is like the situation that I think a lot of men have gotten into, which is, how do you reconcile being red-pilled, right, with having a daughter? Because if you have a son, you tell him, I don't want you getting married because these are what these women are now, right? So do everything you can to stay away from getting married and having kids by any of these hoes, right? So when you have a daughter, everything is the opposite. You need to do everything you can to get married. You see what I'm saying? Somewhere out there, Phil, there's a girl that's going to walk up to you or to the next guy and want to be married. So then how do we reconcile, right? Because if you talked about it, Phil. You're like, well, Drex, do you want the human race to go extinct? Because, Phil, if you had a son, you would not want him to get married in this climate. Would you agree with that?
I would certainly red pill the young man to say you have to be so unbelievably choosy.
Yep.
I mean, it goes back to what Stardust said years ago in one of his videos, that like MGTOW's a good thing for men, but if it becomes the norm, then it really becomes an issue, because we do have to self-replicate.
Yep. Well, one of the other problems is this. That means the people who will be reproducing, and this is one of the weirdo kind of problems that ends up happening. The people who are going to start reproducing the most are the bottom of the barrel. That's why the movie, if any of you guys have seen it, Idiocracy, is so prophetic. It's like the best and brightest stop reproducing. Guess who ends up reproducing in mass, Phil? The dumbest, right? The lowest common denominator.
Which is what we've got at the moment.
And that's what we got at the moment.
I'm speaking from the UK perspective. I assume it's the same in the States.
It's the same all over the West. All of your best people, they're not reproducing, man.
The UK is 4 years ahead of the US. Canada's like 3.5 years ahead of the US. Hey, RPM, even if all of us red pill people were to have kids, what happens when we send them to school?
Indoctrination.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we don't. We have to homeschool, don't we?
And that's going to be illegal, Phil. You watch.
I don't think I'm not allowed to do that in the UK.
Oh, wait, are you serious?
Told you, they're 4 years ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. You cannot homeschool in the UK, is what you're saying?
No, there would be qualifications and licensing things that are in place.
Oi!
You're just
Oh, you
not
got a
allowed to
license
do
for that homeschool?
it. Exactly.
Phil, I actually said that. I said that on a stream. I think I said it on Nick's stream. I said, look, in the future, because it was asked to me, and I brought that up when I did the Deep State episode. In the very near future, I say within the next 10 years, right? It will be illegal to homeschool your kid. They have to go and get indoctrinated. It doesn't matter. Because if you have a birth certificate, right, which means your kid is on health insurance, it's the same way they're going to require you to get the jab, right? They're going to say, if you want insurance, you got to get the jab. If you want to get schooled, you have to do. They're going to make it so you literally cannot, unless you literally are off the grid, don't have health insurance, nothing. It's coming.
But you have to go ahead of that. You just assume that that's already going to be in place. Now, the way to do it is, of course, you do homeschool your children. But then when you go to school, you instruct them. You have to be so disruptive that you get expelled from the school.
Oh.
Because once you've been expelled from enough schools, they won't have you back in school. So therefore, then it just becomes one of those things. That was what I was looking for in the first place. But that's when the state is enforcing that you sort of homeschool your children. But that's the only way around that one in the UK at the minute. And it's easily done, to be honest.
I like that.
Man, we are so screwed. Epic Yoshi says, thoughts on escorts, gentlemen? Pay to touch and giggity.
Done it many a time, and I subscribe to that contract. But I would like a written contract on that one so it could actually be taken to court just in case there's a problem, because escorts are now starting to go whole #MeToo, and that's a problem.
What's your take on that, RPM? I know in the service, you I'm sure you saw guys enlisting the services of working girls.
I've always been a proponent of pay to play.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I think it's the most honest of the mating things. It's just honest, But unfortunately, some of the seeking arrangement women are starting to get the Me Too bug. Oh, I've been doing some serious research on seeking arrangements. So, you would be shocked the women that you would find on seeking arrangements. I mean, shocked.
Hey, isn't that my best friend's wife? Isn't that my best friend's wife when you see her on the Craigslist ad? It's like, I know that address.
We don't operate on the same scale, though, because we'll talk about like the 1 to 10 scale.
Yeah.
Yep.
Women give themselves just a natural +5. And that's where they think they sit on the scale. And it's like, no, that's not how
You're a
works.
2 at best.
Well, and they always overestimate. Well, here's the thing. Okay, so let's say your average woman says that your average woman says like they're like a 7, right? Most women say they're a 7. Okay, if you're a 7, then go like this. Okay, so show me an 8, show me a 9, and show me a 10. And then all of a sudden, women are kind of like, oh, like, am I really a 7? Because you see what I'm saying? Like a lot of women are gonna be more attractive. It's kind of like, well, damn, if this is an 8 and this woman is a lot hotter than you, right?
They'll say
this
Lizzo
9
is a
lot hotter
5.
than you. Wait, say that again?
They'll say Lizzo is a 5.
Yeah, well, women lie to their girlfriends.
That's a solid 0, that one.
That's a negative
Phil.
10.
Phil, I want to give Lizzo a 0, but I got to be honest with you, I can't, because here's the thing. Once again, it's a theory of relativity. Would you rather hit Lizzo or Leslie Jones?
Ugh.
It depends if you've kind of got like a trans fetish going on.
All right, bag or no bag?
Yeah.
I've got to go with Milo Yiannopoulos on that one. She looks like a man.
It's a dude. Look, like Leslie Jones looks like a dude that put on a wig. Like the body shape, the face, chick looks like a gorilla, man.
Yeah, she looks like a boxer who's chewing on a wasp.
Yeah.
That reminds me of the old old Bill Maher special where he talked about Hugh Grant and how he ended up how he had Elizabeth Hurley at home.
I remember that.
But he wanted Marvin Hagler in a wig.
See, now that's the thing, right? Now go back to that. Like, everyone thinks it's very, very funny. Guess who wasn't getting his dick sucked at the time?
Yep.
It was him. That's why he was out there looking for Marvin Hagler in a wig. That's the thing. And he wanted anything to suck his dick because he wasn't getting it at home. Now, what's the point of going out with one of the best looking women in the world if she won't do shit for you? And that's the point that everyone misses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That was the point. Because as funny as it was, like, wait a minute. If he's not getting what his wife is supposed to be doing, then, you know, that's why I had to reverse my own thinking when it came to the whole cheating thing. It's like, well, look, if the man's not getting what he should be getting at home from his wife, who is his legal, quote unquote, legal exclusive sexual partner, then, you know, she can't get mad when he decides, okay, you know what? I can't take it from you because I don't want to commit marital rape, so I'm going to take my show on the road.
Oh.
Yep.
Hey.
Is this where we've been going wrong as men? We need like a new term as such. It's not cheating, but it's like negative cheating, where you're not getting it from your significant other at home, whether she's a girlfriend, a wife, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But that should be viewed as bad as cheating. Like, if you're going to like get into a relationship with a man, but you're not going to give him any sort of sexual pleasure, then you might as well just be another girl in the street, right? And
Agreed.
It should be viewed as bad as cheating, because that was the one thing which drove Hugh Grant to go out there and search for what I call the welder's bench, which looks as though it's been hit with many a hammer kind of idea.
Hey, Phil, I got to ask. When that case first broke, what was the reaction around the UK?
Everyone in the UK just blue-pilled. It's like, oh my God, why? Like, he's got her at home. Why is he doing that? But no one asked the question. You can have her at home, but if she's not doing anything, she might as well not be at home, right?
Yep. Well, you know, there was that famous Robin Williams quote. I know RPM has talked about that. He said, you know, the worst feeling in the world is not being alone. It's being with someone and feeling like you're alone.
Agreed. Yes.
I think that's got to be the ultimate. I'll be honest with you, man. I started thinking about that more and more as I got older and just learning more and more about relationships. I'm truly convinced that where Robin Williams was at in his life and, you know, why he had to, you know, self-delete, you know, owing all these women money and everything, taking all the worst roles, misery, that has to be worse than like anything. Like, being alone is not that. Like, I don't know why guys have this hard time being alone. It could be just me projecting, because I've always been alone. I've never cohabitated in my life. I've never been with a woman in a cohabitation situation. I never have and never will. I just don't do that. I prefer to show up, smash, leave. Oh, if we're cool, we can hang out. You see what I'm saying? Like, but the idea of cohabitation, it just reeks to me. It just reeks.
Yeah.
Because I already know what it's going to turn into.
All right. A couple more super chats, and let's get on to these Chameleon Crusades. Geodes says, speaking of guests, you guys should see about getting Bass FZZZ. Sorry, I say Zed.
Oh, Zus. Yeah.
Bass of
Yeah. He's a good guy. He goes under the name of Zus for all that his YouTube moniker is Bass FCZ. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's been red pilled for years. That guy.
Cool. Yeah, we'll look into it. Koopa rephrased his question to RPM. RPM versus who? What is the chameleon you wish to crusade against? The fake Tradcon. Now, let's face it, they're all fakes, but...
The chameleon that I would want to crusade against. Whoo! Wow. I don't have any, believe it or not. I don't have any that I want to crusade against, because to me, like I said, I accept them for what they are, the snakes, so therefore I prefer to completely avoid them.
Would you consider that, like, once you're you are an accepted Migtown. You're quite happy with the way things are. You're not trying to right the wrongs of the world. You're just like living your life amongst the world.
Now that's good. Well, I accept the world for exactly what it is. To me, real life comedy show. I don't want this world to be fixed because I'm having too much fun just sitting back and watching it go down.
Peak clown world, as they say.
Silver Ronin put the hojabby for me. Yeah, shout out to our man Amr of Alpha Male Lifestyle. Phil, I think that you're a wealth of red pill knowledge, not just because of the doll, but because your time in Africa and seeing these fake hojabbies, because in Asia also, because the problem I have with a lot of guys out there, and like I said, Phil, it's especially white men. Like in terms of like the blue pill dream, I believe that no one wants a blue pill dream more than white men. I believe that they are the top of the blue pill dream mountain, right? Because they all like, I want my TradCon, and they're like, I'll go to Asia, and it's like, no, they're the same.
They feel that they're so close to achieving something. Like if I just reach in this different direction, I'll be able to get what I want. It's like, no, you're reaching in the wrong direction. You're reaching up rather than reaching down.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Eventually, if I stick my hand in another cookie jar, I'll get a cookie instead of a bear trap.
Yeah.
But
They don't get it. I mean, Phil was in Africa and saw right there with his own eyes. How many of those? Let me ask you this, Phil. What was the response of the African men? You know, you and I have talked about the African women. What about the men who are seeing you, the white imperialist, come in and have all these African chicks? I think you said you were in North and East Africa. They were fawning over you, right? What was the men's reaction to you?
The men just kind of just shrug their shoulders and like, well, okay. I mean, it's a bit like you get these memes of the Chad guy who's got like the big square jaw, huge amounts of muscles and stuff like that. You don't compete with that guy. If that guy moves in on your girl, you just kind of move on, you do something else. That was kind of the idea. They didn't hate me, to be honest. Like if there was time to like crack jokes and stuff like that, like there was a couple of guys that had like, there's one guy had a Mohican hairstyle and he looked like a guy that was a footballer in a European football team. He introduced himself as the footballer and stuff, and we all had like a good laugh and stuff like that. So there was no animosity between like the regular guys in Africa and myself.
Yep.
But just when it came down to the women, I came out on top because like I was the unusual guy. That was just that's just how it happened.
I love it. I love it because you prove everything I've said. I don't know why these guys don't believe me. I'm like, dude, I'm telling you guys the truth. If you're a white guy, you can go to Africa right now and clean up. Yeah, I mean, you can literally take the literal best of the best women over there. Go to Asia as a white guy, clean up. Middle East, you know they aren't gonna be so apt to let you in. So you'd have to find the Middle Eastern women in other countries. They're gonna be hojabbies, but you can clean up.
take them to Dubai.
I've been there. Yeah, but I am tempted to sometimes because all of the doll manufacturers keep on asking me to go over to China, and of course, you know, I'll do the factories by day and then I'll go out whoring by night. But I would like to go through some of the shopping malls, you know, go like well dressed and stuff, put like an Armani suit on and stuff like that, and just like kind of be like the good catch, and then just start like refusing all of the Chinese women. To just like kind of give one back to the Chinese guys because they've got it so bad actually out over in China.
See, that's
the guys have got it cooked so hard.
That's the James Bond film I actually want to see. Like James Bond is on a mission to a secret Chinese doll factory, and he's in a mall in Shanghai with Armani suit on. Press 1 in the chat if you think Phil would make a great James Bond.
Can you imagine the Q scene between Bond and Q before going to the doll factory?
I would love it. I would love it. It just, you know, the new Bond came out. Bond has been cucked and killed, right? It's time to make way for a German Shepherd. And once again, Lashana Lynch, I believe is her name, looks like a man with boobs, basically. And I want guys to understand, man. This is for all non-black men. When you see black guys talking to your ethnic group of women, don't be shocked. Just look around at all the black women you see and go, "Oh, I get it now." That's why black guys are talking to the Asian girls, the Latinas, the white girls.
Do you think they got it wrong on Bond, though? And instead of getting a woman to play Bond, do you think we should have got a guy to play Bond who's going female? So he's a guy.
Oh, yeah.
So to go undercover, James Bond has to become Jane Bond.
Kind of idea.
Yeah.
Well, at least he can throw a punch.
The name is Bond. Phil Bond.
Yeah, he's definitely got to be in a wheelchair too, though, right?
And a lesbian.
Yeah, and a lesbian. My representation.
Oh, man. K-Tub7 says, well, there goes my chances hanging out with Drexel. Just kidding. We're a bunch of degenerates that belong on a cross. Stay away from us, by the way. I don't wear a suit. I just like the art. And Christopher...
Well, just wearing the suit is cool. Going for the art is cool. Furries, here's the thing. I believe that the furry community is damn near where women are at now. Like, let's just say you're a furry, but you're like, no. I promise I'm not like them. No one believes you, right?
No one believes
That's kind of what's happening to women. Phil, a woman comes up and goes, no, I promise I'm not like the rest of them.
I don't get ran through every night.
Believing in it. Yeah, I'm not ran through.
I'm not like the other girls, Drex.
Dudes don't believe it. I'm not one of them. And Phil, that's the problem with the actual, like I said, I'm being fair. If you are a legitimate good girl, right, you are a marriage material girl. I know that's very rare now. But let's just say for the sake of argument that you are one of them, right? You're one of the rare ones. The problem is the vast majority has hit critical mass and made it so bad that guys don't believe you.
It won't even get through because the masculine firewall that you have kind of like tunes out all of those like phrases such as "I'm not like those other girls," and you don't even hear it.
I don't. Yeah. I just ignore it.
You sound exactly the same as all of the other whores.
Yep.
X, always X. Simply Green's got it right. Always press X to doubt. Last super chat here, and then we can open up these Chameleon Crusades. Christopher Nicholson says, the thing about Diaper Dude is that he gets off on all of us humiliating him.
As he should. You're wearing a damn diaper, man.
Whatever gets you off, right? People are wired differently.
If wearing the diaper got him something that we as regular men didn't, I could understand it, but as he's not, then I don't understand it.
Yeah, so. Well, that's the thing is Koopa says he's so degenerate he doesn't even jerk off to porn with humans in it. Right? So, I'm sure our diaper degenerate, normal porn doesn't do it for him.
So what porn does he go for?
That's a good question. No, Phil, don't open that rabbit.
Phil, you don't want to know about this dude. He's our resident degenerate.
Come on, Robinson. You just put it in the chat. We need to know.
Oh, man. Poor Koopa. Koopa's doing goblins, tentacles. What else? He said some other things.
Tentacle porn is pretty
pedestrian by comparison.
No, but Phil, his goblins are amputee goblins.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's unusual.
2 out of 4, too many limbs. Beer Expert sent in a chat. Thank you, but I think he got censored. If you did get censored, just add us. I'll read it out. All right, Drex, are we ready for these Chameleon Crusades? RPM, you're gonna love this.
These hoes gotta get roasted, man.
All right. Oh man.
So what's about to happen? Who's about to get roasted?
We're gonna start with Lauren Southern.
Yeah, that one.
RPM, do you know who Lauren Southern is?
Oh, that rotten bitch.
So clearly you're aware of who it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, she went after Sandman and a couple other guys out there. Yeah. Once again, chameleon. We're gonna show you guys what a chameleon is.
Notice, like, she was initially started on with guys because she was meant to be the tradcon woman. Yep. And then the guys had to start saying to us, well, why aren't you married with kids? And it took her a number of years to get that shit together.
Yep.
All right, so...
And she had to go with a millionaire, didn't she?
Yeah, this is her. This is her video. Why I left and why I'm back. So it's 17 minutes. We're not going to do the whole thing, but guys, jump in, stop me whenever you want.
It's been a minute, and wow, things have really gone off the rails since I've been gone.
The World Health Organization has declared coronavirus a global
We begin
pandemic.
today with the US and Iran on the brink. Terrifying scale of Australia's bushfires.
Unemployment to its highest level since the Great Depression.
Overnight, Minneapolis on fire. Protesters leaving an...
Good year to take off, I suppose. Seriously though, I hope you all have been keeping relatively safe and healthy throughout all of this chaos. Now, it's been just over 1 year since I stepped away from social media. Some of you may not have even noticed that I was gone. I dropped Borderless, left a small note, and dipped. And I suppose because I was so vague, I really left room for people to impose their own narratives on my departure. A lot of things have been said about me since I left. Some far more slanderous than others, and I'm sure I'll address that at some point. However, I don't want to waste this video in particular mud wrestling with pigs, especially when you just get dirty and they just get happy. So instead, how about we talk about where I've actually been and what my actual motivation was for leaving politics. Well, firstly, I have some really exciting news that many of you had no idea about last year, which is that I was married and pregnant, and I just found out about my son right before the release of Borderless. I have always kept my cards close when it comes to my family because unfortunately the modern political coliseum seems to have zero boundaries whatsoever or respect for people's privacy. But I did decide to share a tiny bit this January on my Instagram just because it's something that has brought me so much joy and is such a blessing in these crazy times. It was pretty hard to not at least put a bit of it out there for you.
All right, I'm going to stop it right there. So this is where the chameleon part is. Right, Drex? She said the right thing. So first of all, look at the amount of makeup she's got on.
I was going to say that. And I just said only virgins should be allowed to wear white on their wedding day. The amount of makeup that she's wearing, the change in hair. Do you notice that she's
a blonde, Drex? She's normally a blonde.
her dress, the way that she is presenting herself? Do you guys notice? She's trying to dress much more understated now, right?
Yep.
A lot of these girls, Sydney Watson, Lauren Chin, all them, they tend to be very revealing in their clothing. They try to. It's this plausible deniability, right? Oh, yeah, the way that she's talking is patronizing. Yeah, she is trying
she has
to
nothing to win now.
morph into something else as she finds a new grift.
Yeah. Now, we're not even to the meat yet.
RPM?
Because you could fall for that. You could say, oh, look at this TradCon woman. She married, right?
Here's-
She's having kids with him. You could fall for that. She said, God is good in her Instagram post. Right? You could fall for, right, RPM? You could fall for that. But let's see when reality hits here.
You.
I can't
But
hear
definitely it was a
Tim.
very special thing.
Oh, you can't
Or
hear?
that. Hold on.
You might have to click on me in the, Oh, Drex just unplugged himself, you boomer. Phil, you could hear it, right?
This damn thing.
I can hear, yeah.
Yeah. So Drex just unplugged himself, you boomer.
Oh, I know what's wrong. I got it.
Oh, Drex, you just unplugged your...
There it is.
Yeah, there you are.
I know that. Yeah, it was that. That's what got pulled.
Yeah, you
I
unplugged
got
your
it.
mic.
Yep, I'm back.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm back.
I was going to be like, why did your sound like a tin can all of a sudden?
Yeah, it was the mic being jabbed like that.
But anyways, now, like I said, this is the chameleon part, right? She's saying the right things. God is good. She's a very traditional, religious, tradcon woman, right? You could almost fall for her, right?
Here it
For
comes.
me, and an important thing for the first part of my son's life, and it's
Drum
important
roll,
to be just for myself and just for my family. None of the social media or the world's eyes on it. That was just for us. Another thing I did was I took some time to get back into education and to nurture a more contemplative part of my soul and my faith, and really recenter what was important in my life, like family, friendships, and community. It is definitely an interesting experiment to take a step back from the internet for at least a few months. See what's left of your life when you take away the social media, the internet fame, and the online tribes you're a part of. Have you built something meaningful outside of that? Is your purpose still there when the screen is off? There was definitely a point where I don't think I could have said yes to this. And there are probably far too many people that are Gen Z or millennial like me that have been in that boat before. Which brings me to another point, and that is family was not the only reason I took a step back, although it was a main one. I had planned to take an extended break from the internet and media for a while anyways, just to get my head out of the fishbowl and observe with a sober view the world that I was a part of. And to be real with you guys, the world I was a part of, especially earlier
Phil,
on in my YouTube career, was a very unhealthy one. And I mean... To be fair, most of you have probably been on Twitter before, so pointing out the toxicity of political or even just internet culture in general is probably the least shocking thing you have heard this year. Wow, the internet is toxic and it's bad for you. Shocking revelation, Lauren. Seriously though, I do want to be clear, actually, that when I'm talking about this toxic culture, especially in politics, I am not talking about regular everyday conservatives or regular liberals. What I am talking about is the forever onliners, the people who have lost themselves to a character or entire personality composed of partisan talking points.
All right. Did you hear the moderate liberal? All right. RPM, is there such thing as a moderate liberal now?
These people will say anything to try to fool me back to the plantation.
Yep.
Anything.
Now she's saying,
This girl misses the attention.
not everyone on the left is bad. It's just the specific people who go after me. All right. I see the soft sell that you're trying to do on me here. Right? So I just want to flag this because the next 3 minutes are going to be pretty interesting.
The extremists who can no longer see the...
Go ahead, Phil. Do you...
Just that that idea, I'm old enough to remember when there were decent people on the left. One of the last people that people would know of is probably Bill Maher. And he's one of what I would call the old honorable left. And he's even questioning the left now because of its stance on such extreme leftism.
But we know, like, people like Sargon, right, who are exposed, right? Exposed for, the chameleon he truly is. And, we can, and Tucker Carlson's another one we'll take down at a future day. But there really isn't the reasonable... Drex, we say it about women all the time, right? Oh, if you oppose the family court so much, why aren't you speaking up?
No, yeah, use the vote and go totally eradicate the family court and put your name on it. So you need to dox yourself, right? You need to put your skin in the game to go after the family court, because I did. I went to, I told you guys, I went to the cops. I went to the FBI, and I believe their office was in St. Paul, if I recall. Actually put my, I have a letter that I will actually show. I wrote the Attorney General, her name is Lori Swanson in Minnesota, right? I put skin in the game. I put my name on it. I put my face on it. If you can't say the same, you know what, how about this? Fuck you, right? So, don't tell me that you've done something that you care, but you have no skin. I have skin in the game. I have court cases with my name on it because I was in family court to try to get my daughter, right? And I look at what happens, and it's like, oh, okay. The system doesn't want me in the picture, but I'll tell you what, Phil. I got a message from my baby mama, right? This was Friday, right before I came to pick up my daughter, about her struggling in school, right? See, now you need me again, right? Whenever it's time to use a guy to discipline and straighten the kid out, all of a sudden, I'm needed. Hey, Phil, guess what? RPM has seen this a million times, I'm sure. They don't really want or need you in that early stage of the kid's life. This is my child, because it's a baby, right? There's no school. It's all about the attention that she gets from having a baby, right?
There's no expectations.
They are effectively accessories to make her look.
They're accessory, correct. They are an accessory. But when the kid starts like actually talking back, being lazy, not doing something that you tell them to do, it's like, wait a minute. Oh my God, they're not the little cute little baby. I have to do work. Where's dad? That's when they want dad to show up. You really see this with boys. You always hear this phrase. RPM knows it well. Come get your son. I can't control him.
Yeah.
Your son.
Or like Even
Your
talking
son.
to the child themselves, just wait until your dad gets home.
Yeah.
That's when shit starts to get real really quickly.
Anyways,
humanity and their political opponents, or even just other groups based on race or gender. The leaders of all these movements that are fighting over the last shreds of a dwindling social talking point market, and the cults that have seemingly formed where everyone views themselves as the hero in the story, whilst anyone on the other side is irredeemable scum. Then, of course, there's just the 24-hour news cycle in general, which seems to make anyone involved just focus in on people's worst moments, their mental breakdowns and bad arguments like a shark searching for blood. We have entered an age where your worst 2 minutes will define you for the rest of your life, because that's what people want to click on. A world void of nuance. One where even serious political debate has just been substituted for partisan sneering and mockery.
all right, you see what she's setting up here? The worst 2 minutes of your life will define you.
Yeah, she's setting up the. So what she's going to do right now is that she's going to see, hey, none of us are perfect, and I'm not perfect. So forgive me for any of my transgressions. It was a bad moment. I found God now. I'm married now. I've got a child now. I'm different. It's coming. I already know where this story is going, but go ahead.
Argumentum ad cringe, if you will, where we seem to have taken the position that if something can be mocked, that it can't.
Like, RPM, you followed this girl, right? You know what she was about back in the day.
She was anti-Migtown, right? She went after Sam. She tried to basically, if I recall, strike down Sandman. I remember he actually showed the medicine and everything. Shout out to Sandman out there, by the way. Subscribe to his channel if you haven't already. Sandman he actually showed. He's like, yo, look, this is what happened. This is from the Lord. And I'm sitting there like, I'm not surprised. Deanna Lorraine, right? I'm going after all these chameleons.
I read that.
Have you ever heard the name Deanna Lorraine? Actually, you know what? RPM should know who that is because she's down in California.
Yeah, I know who that is.
You know who that is, don't you? RPM, what is your take on Deanna Lorraine?
That old bat need to go back on the other side of the water she fell off of.
Oh, damn.
Make women great again.
Make women great again. Yep. Yep. Oh, yeah, we're going to
Carl Drakowski's says it perfectly. The funniest thing about Lauren Southern is that she was the dream girl for the alt-right. Then some old photos came out from her college days where she had an ex who looked to be Indian. Right? Oh, no, she's getting run through. Believe me, guys, that thing down there is used up more than an Arby's roast beef sandwich.
Yep. Now I will say this though. I gotta interject right here though, Tim. This goes back to what I told Phil. I love my white brothers. However, I have to call a spade a spade. A white guy will smash any chick, and that's okay. But if a non-white guy smashes a white chick, a lot of white dudes get up in arms, and I'm not okay with that double standard. Yeah. Like, Lauren Southern was like their white queen. Phil, you and I have talked about this. These guys will be like, oh, we need to have more white babies. And the white race is being canceled. I'm like, look, if you want to have so many white babies, why don't you go find a white chick and have 10 babies then? But they don't do it because they start coming up with excuses. The cost of living is so high and there's all these reasons. No. There are more than enough white women for white men to have more white babies. Lauren Southern is shown with a non-white guy and people want to get up in arms. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that's funny. Huh.
Yeah.
Because the same guy, and Phil, I'm sure you've seen this within the manosphere space. There's an undercurrent of racism. Would you agree with that?
There is. It covers both ends of the spectrum.
On both sides, I will agree.
I remember the whole African thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
And then you'll get more of the African girls that say, "Oh, you're just swirling with the white guy just because he's got money," kind of idea, and they just start calling shit out just because they're not getting what they want.
Oh yeah. Look, I will call. You guys know I love calling out black simps too. Like I'm fair. I'm like Michael Myers. I'm equal opportunity eating people. You see what I'm saying? And I call a spade a spade. I'm like, look, Phil, I've grown up in it. That's why I can't wait to have NCAA Cat on. Because guess what? For those of you who want to see me roast these damn German Shepherds, you can tune in tomorrow because NCAA Cat is coming on after I do the episode about relationships to show you this needs to stop. Phil, there needs to be standards, right? Like, hey, this is the standard. This is what it is. We can't keep moving the goalposts by saying, oh, well, this is how it should be. And then as soon as something doesn't go your way, you move the goalposts.
Do we need to set the standard?
Men do, because here's the thing. At the end of the day, Phil, women aren't going to fix these problems.
I know men do, but like, do we need to get somebody like Kevin Samuels on to actually cement this into stone?
In which regard?
To just say, right, this is the standard, that we'll agree on it, we'll do a video on it and get it out to everyone. So, like, guys, this is what we should be doing.
Yeah, look.
Rather than just talking about what perhaps we should be doing.
Yeah, look, this is why I give a shout out to the War Band. So shout out to my man Undead Chronic for saying this for quite some time now. No hymen, no diamond. This should be a standard, Phil. You wear white because you're a virgin. You can't walk around. Lauren Southern has been ran through from multiple accounts, right? That's not me saying it. That's just what I've heard, right? I don't know this woman. I've never met this woman. I don't want to meet her. If this is what I've been hearing for quite some time, in fact, let's start with Lauren Southern. She has a sister. What's her name, Tim?
I forget her sister's name, but I know where you're going with this.
Okay. She has a sister who posts nothing but thirst trap thot pics. I'm going to look her name up right now as we speak. Yeah. Lauren Southern has a sister named, let me look it up.
We'll keep going through the video.
Lauren Southern. Let's do it.
Also, I read that she tried to Me Too Gavin McInnes. She claimed that Gavin called her after they recorded a show together, and asked if she was down. DTF.
Oh, for those of you guys who are watching this, her name is Jessica Southern. Just type in Jessica Southern and then click pictures and see what you find. Oh, surprise! Thought pics.
Abigail Shapiro, anyone?
Yeah.
Possibly be right, as if human instinct about what's laughable is somehow divinely inspired. This whole mess.
How they
this
fall
whole
from grace.
Disaster that I was a part of. It is something that
grace.
I
guess they can't fall from what they never had.
Around me, and then I started to see within myself as well that I was actively assisting in creating this culture of entertainment and hot take politics. So I think it was mid-2018, I decided I wanted to change the way I approached things and do only documentaries instead, a more meaningful deep dive into the issues that I cared about. And I truly loved how this experience went. Instead of some big dramatic closing paragraph to my last documentary, Borderless, concluding the situation one way or the other, we concluded that there were two sides to every story, that perhaps everyone involved was a victim of political and business corruption, that these big polarizing issues are so often far more gray than we realize.
That's your TradCon right there. Look, backpedaling already. Drex, if she backpedals any harder, she's going to pull the tire off her bike.
Well, my thing is this, man. When you use Google Images on somebody, like, why do you have a bunch of thought pics, right? If you're such a traditional conservative, hey, why weren't you married young, right? You can't be getting married at 30. I'm a TradCon. Like, why are you getting married at 30? Oh, I wasn't out there in the streets like that. Okay, let's look up your college pictures. Let's ask guys who knew you back then. Phil, at university, the Emma Watsons of the world, these chicks have been ran through and then they smash dead into the wall at 30 and they become bitter feminists, right? If anyone knows this, it's going to be a guy like RPM who's in. Look, California has most of the so-called liberals, right? The far left. RPM, I want to ask you an honest question. How much of a difference have you seen with leftist-leaning women and right-leaning women?
Well, so far as the left-leaning women, oh my God, it's far too many of them. But so far as the right-leaning women, I can't give an honest assessment because I don't see much of them.
Yeah. We see a lot of chameleons, Drex. We don't see a lot of real ones.
Yeah, here's the thing. They're the same.
Exist, actually.
Yeah, they don't exist. Look, it's not a real thing.
Hey, Phil, would you agree that the culture in Africa when you were there, would you agree it was more conservative overall than the modern West?
Outwardly, yes.
Outwardly. Let me ask you this, though, Phil. behind closed doors, when you were down there in Africa, you know, the nitty gritty, you got to see people engage with them, engage with the women. Were they any different than the girls back in the UK? Yes or no?
Absolutely not. Everything was all about them, and it's no different from like the nicest end of Knightsbridge in London to like the outskirts of Kenya, Nairobi, all the same.
What about when you went to Asia, Phil? Were they any different?
Oh, in Asia?
Yep.
No different.
So what are you going to tell
me?
me?
The only difference was in accent. That was all. They can't do consonants very well, but that's the only difference.
Well, let me ask you this. RPM, you spent time in the Navy in Japan. When you get to the nitty gritty, you even married an Asian woman who you refer to as the meat sack. So RPM, the culture in Japan is more outwardly conservative, although they still have weird sexual things like, you know, machines that
Tentacles.
dispense this stuff. Yeah, right? Now let me ask you this, RPM. Can you tell the guys out there who say that they're going to go get them an Asian wife, tell them what they're in for?
Oh, I gotta have a drink for this one.
Oh,
Give me,
damn.
Oh, Japan ain't it.
It ain't it, bro.
Japan ain't it. Asia ain't it. No. If you're gonna go foreign, stay foreign.
Yeah, don't bring her back.
Yeah. So in
even
terms of
now-
what the expectations would be, what are the expectations versus the reality?
Oh, the expectation. You're gonna get this nice little submissive woman. I know. I saw a lot of white guys fell for this. The submissive, demure woman who's gonna, you know, be pretty much that just innocent woman. However, no. The internet has spread liberalism and feminism pretty much everywhere. So it is, if you think you're gonna go get that submissive Asian woman, no. Even if she does be submissive at first, there's going to be a turnaround. Eventually, you're gonna get the knife.
The nearest I've found for, shall we say, foreign women that go closest to the old school woman would be the Middle Eastern women, but they are just gagging to become Western and therefore become feminists. So there's no difference.
Drex, remember what Amr said? As soon as they get out of Saudi Arabia, what happens?
Yep. Dude, he had chicks that were actually
They were
prostitutes. man.
on the airplane, and
They were
what
on the-
happened?
Well, hold on. Hey, Tim, you would know this better than all the rest of us because you live in Canada. You heard about that story about that refugee chick or whatever that wanted to get to Canada, right? And Justin Trudeau was parading her around. She's so stunning and brave. Do you remember what she did within 48 hours?
No.
She was on OnlyFans.
Oh.
True story. True story.
Someone's got to send me that. I didn't know that.
Did you know? Hold on.
I do
Did you
remember.
hear about
Oh,
this
there's.
story?
Do you remember
Hold on.
the
If one of you guys know the story, put it in the chat, man, and let Tim, and Tim will pin it after this video.
or
This
I
is going to show chameleons.
holler at me by Discord. Drex, do you remember the story of the guy who took his fiance backpacking in Afghanistan, got captured by the Taliban, then they get released. Justin Trudeau brings them back to Canada, right? He has this huge press conference and everything. They're playing with their kids, who, by the way, they had the kids while they were in captivity. Because, you know, that's what you do. Right, RPM? If you've been captured by the Taliban with your fiance, the first thing you want to do is start having a family and have kids, right?
No.
So anyways, you know, just Trudeau parades this around like, oh yeah, this is, you know, we're famous. These are brave, stunning and brave people who were captured by Taliban, Drex. Well, apparently he gets arrested a few weeks later for graping.
Imagine that.
I think he's still in the court system right now.
I thought for a second you were going to say he was pulled over for like trying to pick up Marvin Hagler.
Oh, that would have been better. That would have been better, Phil.
Yeah.
I don't know what Hugh Grant was doing back then, man. That creature, look, you could have done better than that, bruh.
All right, I think we've had enough of Lauren. I think we made our point with her, right? Lauren Southern.
Yeah, she's awful. I mean, once again, I'm looking for the white simps. Like I said, I'm equal opportunity, so don't worry. I'm gonna go after the white simps, the black simps, the Asian simps, Indians. God, Jesus Christ, man.
Well, the white simps are the worst.
But Phil, it's tough, man. Indian simps simp for white women like nobody's business, man.
They might simp harder, but like white men seem to get like the most traction when it comes to simping. They make more of an impact on society, and that's why I said that they're worse.
Agreed. I agree with that.
All right, I got Tommy Lauren coming on next here.
Yeah, when it comes.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Go ahead, RPM. What were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say, when it comes to white guys, it's all about the perception of,
the family, right?
Well, I'm saying when it comes to white guys and non-white women, it's all about the it's right on the tip of my tongue. The social currency.
Yeah.
So that's why it's easier for a lot of white guys to have that simp mentality, which is kind of odd when, as much as I hate to talk about the whole incel thing, I truly don't understand them, and I really can't accept that subgroup of guys. It's like, okay, you're a white guy and you're complaining that you can't get a woman, but yet most women will really deal with you just because you're a white guy. So I can't really understand this. So, but that's another topic for another time.
Here we go, Drex. Your favorite video.
What's up?
Do you know where the good stuff starts, Drex? The timestamp.
I'm gonna let you guys trickle in before I start talking, because this is important.
All right, I'm gonna skip ahead just a little bit.
So, waiting for you there. And all the boys who think they're men, but they're actually boys. This is gonna be the summer of canceling boys. Now, from my own personal experiences and the experiences of all of my friends, which range in age from 24 to 36, we've all got issues. Now, I will also say this. All of my friends are attractive. All of my friends are successful. All of my friends have something going on. Almost every single one of them have an issue with men. And you have to start looking at that and thinking, if an age range of that many people, including myself, living really all over the country and being blonde, brunette, short hair, long hair, I mean, tan, super white, super pale, I mean, these women range in every body type and everything. They're all successful, they're all intelligent, they're all good people. But if all of these women, including myself, are having issues, then I have to think, it might not be us. It might be you. It might be men. It might.
Comments?
Okay. Phil?
The one thing that is common to all of these problems is the women, right? But it's not us. It has to be somebody else.
Yeah, it can't be us, right? And let me go ahead and say this to you guys. You know, my phone's just rebooting like it always is because my phone is terrible. I want you guys to know something. Do you guys notice what she said? Nick and I brought this up when we watched this on his stream. When a woman says all of her friends are attractive, all of them are successful, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Phil, what she's referring to is the feminist model, right? No one, I've never heard a woman say she's ugly, right? Like, have you ever known a woman say, yeah, I know I'm ugly? Never, right? She always like, oh.
Even if you get like a girl like this one who is actually quite attractive, she doesn't have a really attractive friend. She has a really normal, plain Jane friend, or maybe even fat, ugly friend.
You ever get set up?
What happens?
You ever get set up by another girl?
Oh, yeah. When she says my friend is attractive, she's not. But I got to say this, though, Phil. Only because you gave her a compliment. I got to go ahead and keep it like this, right? I want you to do me a favor, Phil. I want you to pull out your phone, type in Tommy Lauren before and after.
Oh,
what you're
yeah,
seeing right here is a goddamn illusion. You know,
It's a chameleon.
Yeah.
She is from South Dakota. This chick is a strong 2 at best. What you guys are all witnessing right here is a woman who has gotten fillers, a wig, extensions, plastic surgery. This woman has had work done. All you guys who are listening, if you guys can just pull up your phone and minimize this screen and go to Google and just type in Tommy Lauren before and after, and click images, you will see what she really looks like. Put it in the chat what you guys think of that.
All right, moving on.
Give me the rating.
Be men. Now, I've often talked about the pussification of America and how men are no longer men. I talk to my mom about this a lot, and she says, well, maybe it's just the guys in Texas. Maybe it's just the guys in Los Angeles. Maybe it's just the guys. It is not just the guys in Los Angeles, Nashville, Dallas, and it's not. They're not any better in the Midwest. They, quite frankly, I think they're trash.
Once again, I got to bring this point up because I brought it up at Nick's house. Hey, Phil and RPM, how did she know about all the guys in Dallas, all the guys in Oklahoma, all the guys in New York, all the guys in Chicago? How did she know how the guys
sex with all of them? That's the thing. It's not
she
me.
was right in the carousel.
I'm not the problem.
I'm not the problem.
Me. I cannot be the problem.
I have been getting, look, I've been having my face hit a damn headboard.
And my vagina is wider than Hudson Bay, so but it's not me.
It's not me.
Oh man!
I want you guys to see this. This is, like I said, especially the white simp who believes that these conservative women are somehow different.
Yeah, because you could see her. You could see her on TV and be like, "Oh, damn, yeah, I could get with that."
Yeah, she's on Blaze TV. She's on Fox News. Yeah. She's not a libtard. Okay, all right.
Okay, yeah, I could get with her.
I get with her. Yep, yeah, her.
All right.
She says she has successful friends. Go ahead.
This is the chameleon.
All over this country in the age range of about 20 to I think about 55, maybe even 60. A lot of men are trash. A lot of men don't know how to treat women. A lot of men don't know.
20 to 50?
If she's talking, that was a wide age range. What does that mean?
It just means you're too good for me. That's the problem.
Bill, she's been getting ran through by guys in that age range up to 60.
Uh-huh.
And most people...
what was the age range? Between
so she's been casting the net far and wide to just try and find like a decent guy. Yep. But again, she's not the problem.
She's not the problem.
The only common thing to all of these problems is her, but it's not her. It can never be her. Responsibility, I will Teflon that away.
Oh, wait, my mic is bad?
Uh-oh.
Oh, I might be yelling too much, that's why. Anyways, I don't need to talk much more. Anyways, RPM. Men are trash, huh? Now, she's got a American city passport that's been stamped. Every city, right? Los Angeles, Houston, Nashville. Everyone stamped her passport.
So the real question is, how can men be trash if you're still deciding to get spit roasted by us?
Know how to
a
really
good question perhaps would be, like, given that she's a fairly successful woman, let's be honest, what is it that she really wants? Because, I mean, technically it's not really going to be money, right? Because she can provide for herself. So what is it that woman is actually looking for? I mean, I understand that she must be looking for the top 0.001% of male society, but what does she really want?
She wants that accessory. Phil, she wants to say, I got the high value man and I am playing the role of the wife. I'm successful. He's even more successful than me. We're a power couple.
So you can see the difference. Like a lot of women, they all do this for all that they say, like, I need a man to provide for me. The man then becomes the accessory that I was talking about earlier. Yep. So they can just show off to their girlfriends. And that's right. All that female society is, to be able to show off to their girlfriends.
Thank you. Hey, Phil, I'm a tall guy. You look like you're around 6 foot. When women talk about they want a guy who's 6 foot, right? What is the average height of a woman?
God, you're lucky if it's like 5'5", maybe 5'4".
It's roughly, in America, it's 5'4". Most women are around somewhere between 5 foot and like 5'5", right? Somewhere in that range. And yet they all say the same thing. I want a man who's tall, dark, and handsome. He has to be at least 6 foot tall. But you're 5'2". Why do you need a 6 foot man?
I do love this because, like, if I'm talking with some woman, she happens to be online, and she starts fishing. Oh, so how tall are you? I'll tell her, oh, I'm 5'8", just to like get her off the scent. Because as an accomplished Migtown, I don't need a woman hanging from my fucking dick.
Yep.
So I give them what they need to hear to get them to go away.
Absolutely. Well, I can't do that because it's clear no matter where I go, people are like, oh yeah, this guy's tall. And the thing is though, Phil, the reason why I bring that up is because they're just accessories. I have been around women who have like I said, they've literally like brought me to like grab me and be like, oh my God, so this is my friend Drex. And they're basically like treating me as if I was like a pet, right? Like just like you would show off a pet and go, look how big his jaws are, look how big his paws are, right? That's what they do to him. Like, this is what he does for a living. This is, this guy is this. He's in demand. Like, women like him.
Look at my diamond pendant. Isn't it lovely?
Yep.
Oh, and this is Drex. He's my other diamond pendant.
All right.
Yep.
That should have fixed my microphone. Sorry about that, guys.
You
all right.
sound lower.
Yeah, I quieted myself down a bit. Although I did boost myself for the stream, so that they shouldn't have a difference. Couple super chats before we keep going. KTub7 says, Sargon annoys me. The fact that he says that if you like tomboys, you're a bad person. No, not forcing gynocracy. Women with short hair will start the decline.
He's so close, is Sargon. He got so close to actually being properly red-pilled. And the problem with him is he actually got married. And I have a supposition about the guy. He keeps on going on about dadism and all the rest of it, and he keeps on going about the traditional conservative values. And I think a lot of this is based around the idea he is salty about the idea that he's the only guy of his age that around the school gates waiting to pick up the kids after school, and he wants a few more men of his own age to actually like interact with.
Yep.
Because there's going to be so few dads actually outside the school gates.
I agree.
Someone said Dick Masterson says lie about your height. People can't tell anyways. All right.
They really can.
I do lie about my head. That's why I say I'm 5'8". Gets rid of all the girls.
Yeah. Link 1945 says, Tim, your mic is bad. Cheers to everyone. I don't know. I think we're starting to get late enough in the program that technology is just starting to fail on us. Angry Baneling says what Link said. Angry Baneling also says, Tim, your mic is even more terrible now. Woo lad. All right. Going on with the video here.
Quite frankly, pull their heads out of the sand and pay attention. So I am going to help you. And these are some of the things.
Oh, she's coming to save us, Drex.
Mm-hmm.
You and me and Phil and RPM, we're all trash, and Tommy Lauren is going to come and save us.
Things that I've experienced, and these are some of the things my friends have experienced. I'm just going to lay a few things out. They haven't all happened to me. Some of them have just happened to my friends. A lot of them have happened to me. So the first thing, and I've made notes, by the way. I've made notes. This is how invested I am in this, because I've been thinking about this for about 2 weeks solid now. First question for men. If you like a girl, if you're even somewhat interested in a girl, you need to ask yourself this question. Are you single? No, I don't mean are you kind of single, seeing 5 people, dating somebody, still kind of in a relationship, kind of broken up, kind of on again, off again, kind of married, kind of divorced. Are you actually single? That means single. You have nobody. You have no complications. You have no attachments. You are actually single.
Projection.
Pointing to Belle Delphine beside him there, Phil.
Now, hold on. Now, okay. This is a projection because most women are talking to multiple men. Yeah. Like, okay. Now I'm actually going to give, this is the one time I'm going to give Tommy, I'm going to throw her a bone on this one. I got to be fair.
Oh, I'll throw her a bone, all right.
She's clearly projecting. However, she is right about this one topic. This is the one thing in all of her BS rules and men listen up that's actually fair. a lot of dudes out here are playing games, and a lot of women out here are playing games because they aren't actually single. She is right. Do not be out here trying to sell these women dreams if you aren't single looking for a relationship with that female. So do not lie to them. I've always told guys this, Phil. You don't need to lie. If you're a married man and you want to get involved, you can tell a woman. Most women know that if you're married, right? You're wearing the ring, and you say, "Yeah, I got a wife, but she's not giving me what I need." That Marvin Hagler chick knew that Hugh Grant was married.
I had to explain this when I was actually out in the Philippines, though, because there's a lot of working girls out there. Like,
Yep.
You're just sitting there having a meal or a drink or something like that, and they'll come up and they'll crack onto you, and they'll open the conversation with like, "So are you married?" And I would look at them blankly, and I would hold up my wedding finger and say, "Look, no tan line, because I'm white. There's always a tan line if a guy pulls off the wedding ring."
Yeah, Drex, you and I don't have that problem.
But none of these girls knew this one. I was like, how do you not know this? If that's the case, but you would expect every woman to know this one, right?
Well, they want everything spelled out for them, right?
Hmm. So, well, most women want plausible deniability. This married man lured me into this situation. I was powerless. I couldn't do anything to stop him.
Oh, I didn't know.
I didn't know. I mean, most women right now who are having babies out of wedlock and having abortions, it's because it would expose them for being with a married man. I don't know how many of you guys know this, but it's true. They're dealing with someone they could be getting smashed by their sister's husband, i.e. brother-in-law, right? This happens quite often. And then they wind up pregnant. They're like, uh-oh, if the baby comes out, nope. And then they go ahead and yeet.
Yeah.
This is very, in RPM, you've seen this in the black community a lot, right? Where a chick is out here being fast and is usually with a married man and gets pregnant, right? And then she has to move across the country.
Yep.
It's very common in the black community. That's why a lot of these black kids are mouth breathers and they look retarded, because they're having babies by people they're related to. Look, there's a lot of black kids out here that look like actual fish heads, man. hey, look.
Lori Lightfoot.
Hey, yeah, look, Beetlejuice. She ain't, right? Here's my thing, Phil. I told you these guys in the chat today. I talked about how, the black IQ has gone down so much, right? I had to, look, when I was a kid, I got to get tested into schools, right? I had to go to the smart kids schools, right? And I look around now, I see a bunch of black kids looking like this. Retarded. You know what happened, Phil? I'll tell you what happened. They were inbreeding with, and this is, kind of basically the slave mentality, right? When you get displaced, they are mass breeding with their own kin, thus getting dumber. They're getting bonobos, right? When chimps start inbreeding, you basically get a devolved chimpanzee. That's a bonobo. Uh-huh. That's what blacks have become, bonobos, right? The dumbest, and so they'll be ape strong, right? They got these huge bodies, and the kids look retarded. Snotty nose. Look, RPM, when's the last time you went through the hood? Oakland, how do the kids look? They look raggedy, don't they? You know them damn kids look raggedy. You go off Crenshaw, right? You hit over Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. Off Crenshaw, how they look? Raggedy. They know these kids fucked up.
Hey, Drex, would you smash either Beetlejuice or Lizzo after a jog to get rid of the family court?
I'd smash Lizzo any day over Beetlejuice. No hesitation. No hesitation.
But to get rid of the family court?
Yep. Wouldn't even hesitate. I'd hate myself. I'd shower twice. But I can't.
You'd be rocking back and forth in that shower, arms crossed over.
If you asked me to smash Beetlejuice to end the family court, I wouldn't do it. I'm be honest with you. I wouldn't do it. I would not smash Beetlejuice. Nope.
No, you would. You just have to think hard about it and never tell anyone ever again.
You'd work yourself into it. All right, let's keep going.
That is the first question, believe it or not, that needs to be asked. And ladies, you should be asking it, because in 2020, it's not a given anymore that a guy that's actively pursuing you is actually single. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I think is very important, that men don't seem to understand. There are very few women out there, and I'm speaking from personal experience as well as from all of my friends and all the women, quite frankly, that I talk to. There is not a woman out there that wants to be your pen pal. She doesn't want to get your texts, your good morning texts, your good night texts, your random through the day texts, if they don't follow up with a plan to actually, here's the kicker, in person, hang out. Now, I know what you're saying. Oh, it's COVID. People can't hang out in person. This has not been a 4-month problem. This has been a 5-year problem that I've experienced with men and my friends have experienced with men. Women do not want a pen pal. We don't want...
Hold on.
You're the problem, girl.
You're the problem. Because so let me break this down. Let me break down womanese, what she really just said. Me and my friends, here's what she and her friends have been doing. They have been late night bust downs, right? They've been smash and dash material. Thus, the extent of the types of texts that they receive are these one-off, like, hey babe, how you doing? Good morning. Phil, she said herself, she's been to all these different cities, right? Which means look, for those of you who don't know, all of these apps are location specific. If Tommy Lauren lands in Toronto tomorrow and clicks the button, it shows that she's now in Toronto. Guess what? Within a 10-mile radius, she can have a date lined up at a bar, meet the dude, get ran through, right? She hits the headboard, and then she's back out there to Los Angeles or wherever she lives, where she records the show, right? Why is that important? This is why she's getting these texts. You see what I'm saying? Hey, Phil, why I get these texts?
The problem is now the dairy that she's got going on between her legs is now starting to go off and it's starting to get fragrant. So men don't want that anymore. And that's the problem that she's got going on.
Hey, Drex.
Well, how old is Tommy Lauren? Is she 20?
Oh, I don't know.
28?
Hey, Drex. I seem to forget this every time. I'm not quite sure. Has the wall ever been defeated?
Never. Oh, hey, here you go right here, Tim. Tommy Lauren, born in Rapid City, South Dakota, is 29 years old as of August 11th, which means next year she turns 30. Hey, Phil, have you ever seen a woman make a video like this at age 18 in your whole life?
For fun, taking the piss out of girls who are 30 years old, but that's as close as it gets.
Yeah, trust me, 18-year-old hot girls who don't want to ride the carrot, they don't make these kind of videos. It's the girls who have been ran through, who are now, like I said, approaching the wall.
Yep, the dairy between their legs still tastes like milk, so it's fine.
Yep. Oh, look, I'm looking at it right now. She is not married. Somebody thought she was engaged, for those of you guys in the chat. She was engaged he was a guy who was he ran for office in, I believe, California. Didn't get it. She broke it off with him and tried to monkey branch to another dude. That dude dropped her off. That's the baseball player. He hit it. He quit it because he saw her pictures, what she really looks like. He knows he would have some ugly-ass Rapid City, South Dakota babies with this broad. So he broke it off. Bust and moved.
Someone said in the chat they have a timer, Drex, before the plastic starts melting off.
Oh, yeah, dude. When you look at this before and after of this female, man, just look at her. This is a fraud.
If you're going to do that, and there's an amount, not complete, but there's an amount of plastic going on, then go full plastic and then have the girl never age ever again.
Yep, get a doll.
Always the salesman there, Phil.
You got to do it.
But our RPM, they always hit the wall, right? And that's when they start sprouting this kind of bullshit, because the wall's coming at them way too fast.
Yeah, they know they can't avoid it. They know it's inevitable. So they're going to try that last Hail Mary guilt trip.
Yep.
And you see how she's even doing thirst traps sitting here, because, Drex, you and I have been on stream many, many hours. Have we ever bounced in our chairs?
Never. Guys aren't taking their shirts off midstream.
Yeah.
Flexing muscles, oiling themselves up. Women are doing that, with their actions, they're trying to thirst trap during a video. Go ahead.
Care if you text us all day or if you don't text us at all. If you're not going to make a plan to actually see us in person, not interested. And if you do have a woman out there that just wants to be your pen pal, it's probably because she has a boyfriend or a husband or a wife or whatever. We don't want a pen pal. But that also leads me to my second point. This is going to be backwards for you guys. Make plans. Make a plan. Do not assume that you can text somebody randomly in the middle of the day, what are you doing? Or text them at midnight or 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. or even just within hours of when you actually want to see them.
PM, tell me, what has happened to Tommy Lauren? Why is she getting texts at midnight? What's going on, RPM? What's really happening?
Booty calls.
You're a booty call, Tommy Lauren. You and your friends. All of you are booty calls. Nothing more.
And she's sitting there
Ladies,
like,
take note.
oh, if I'm going to be your booty call, I better get dinner first.
I think we should be a bit better on this one as guys. Like you've got something going on, you know, Hulk smash. So you're in the middle of it, and just tell your girlfriend at the time. So look, I just need to call this girl to just make her feel really bad about herself, and just call her up and just say, I'm just smashing this girl, because this is what women do to us. Kind of idea. So we should do the same thing back to them, and just let Tommy know what it feels like, because like she's just casting the net out at the moment. Like she's got pretty much a good net out there to actually get like a load of good guys, and she's still not happy.
Yeah, she casts the fish nets, Phil.
And they do smell fishy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey, Warhawk is savage. This dude said he take her to Olive Garden, Russell Greer style. You ain't shit.
All right.
And think that they're going to be available. I personally, once I get home and I take my makeup off and I'm watching TV, I'm no longer interested.
That's when he sobers up, RPM. When she takes her makeup off, that's when the guy sobers up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we've all been there, right? We've all been there. Well, most of us
That's
have.
when he calls 911 and says, I've got an intruder in the house. I don't recognize this person.
I know, Drex, you've never had drunk escapades, but most of us have. Most of us has fallen for that thirsty Thursday. You get a little too liquored up, and then, oh yeah, she looks nice. And you wake up the next morning, you're like, God damn!
Yeah, I've been there where I've asked the girl in the morning, who did you eat last night to put on that much weight?
Savage, Phil. All right, I'm sorry, I'm stopping too much. We'll try to get through this.
So if you didn't make a plan earlier in the day, or better yet, a day or 2 or 3 in advance, I'm not interested. I don't want to hang out anymore, because that ship has sailed. Make a plan. I want to hang out with you at this time. It doesn't have to even be a date. I want to see you at this time. Are you free at this time? Or when are you free? I will accommodate my schedule to see you. When are you free? I want to see you. I know it's not rocket science, but men of 2020, it seems like it's pretty difficult for you to figure out. And I'm not a feminist, so please don't take this as a feminist rant. I love men. I think men are great.
Don't take this as a feminist rant, Drex.
Hold up. How did she start the video off, RPM? What was she saying at the beginning of the video? Men are what?
Trash.
Trash. How did this flip into I love men? Men are great. See, this is called apex fallacy, right? Tommy Lauren has chased the top 1%, Phil, and gotten what she deserves, which is pump and dump, because no man views her as wife material, right? She has a reputation. Look, Phil, you know how this works. It's locker room talk. If you smash Tommy Lauren, a guy's like, yeah, I'm talking to this girl. Who? Oh, yeah, you know the girl from Blaze TV and she's on Fox Nation? Who? Tommy Lauren. Oh, yeah, we all hit it, man. The moment your buddy says that he's hit it or he knows someone who did, Phil, do you view her as wife material or girlfriend material? Yes or no?
Nope.
No, that's straight off the menu. No.
I'm trying to help you, ladies. If you get smashed and a guy you are trying to get with, if he hears from other men that you have been on the carousel, you will be what has happened to Tommy Lauren, which is a damn booty call.
But Drex,
this is how this works.
She loves men. She loved men in Nashville. She loved men in New York. She loved men in Los Angeles.
Yeah, but what she means is she sexed men.
Yeah. No, she made love to men in all riding the carousel.
See, most men need it to be like a Herculean task to be able to actually kind of get into bed with that girl. That's what makes her like kind of wife material. Because then it's not just a case of some guy has to turn up and therefore she'll spread her legs. So then there's a certain level of trust that can be built there. But maybe I'm old school. I don't know.
Maybe you are, Phil. You live in a world that just doesn't exist anymore.
I live in the Bond world.
Yeah.
007.
The name's Bond. Phil Bond. No, and you know what, Drex? She could make a good video. All right? Here's the video that Tommy Lauren should have made. Listen up, ladies. Don't get ran through. Learn how to cook. Learn how to please your man.
Yeah, and shut up.
Oh
Stop
my
talking.
God. Oh my God.
Yeah, literally shut up. Here's the thing. RPM, you've seen this a million times, right? A woman starts talking, a guy gives the look, right? This look that they give, RPM, they go like this, look. When you see that head tilt, Phil, you've seen that look, right? Whether it was your mom and dad, whatever. When you see a man give that look, that means stop. Don't ask him any more questions. Just stop.
Find a woman who looks at you like Belle Delphine's looking at Phil.
Well, I mean, even from what was said earlier, though, just the idea of being able to cook well for a man, and all women just kind of shrug their shoulders. No, it's just cooking. That's just putting something in a microwave. No, to be able to cook from scratch. Any man, even like a young man today, if you put decent food on the table in front of him, that creates a kind of different kind of love. It's not like a sexual thing and stuff like that, but that brings a man to the table.
How hard is it,
And women
Phil?
just don't seem to grasp that one.
How hard is it to make pork chops and mashed potatoes?
It's as simple as it gets.
Even
But
if they're
then
not
when
even
you start
spiced.
to learn how to just put like a coating on that pork chop so that you can't get it elsewhere, it's very easy to do. And yet women abhor this whole idea of being chained to the kitchen. Something I actually enjoy doing actually is creating good food. And as a Migtown, I think it's a Migtown 101 skill that every man should have.
The hardest part about,
So-
though... Oh, go ahead, RPM.
I mean, it is so simple. Men keep telling women, look, it's just 3 things: food, sex, silence. Hell, that's it.
Yeah.
That's what the trad con men want. That's what the trad cucks want. Food, sex, silence.
That's it.
But you know, us guys, us red pillars and MGTOWs are just like, you know what? We can achieve that on our own. So we really don't need you at all.
Well, yeah, and
Those
someone in the chat said the problem is most of us can cook better, but at the same time,
Yeah.
too, to take the contrarian view, hey, I work all day. All right, I come home. It would be nice to come home to a nice meal that's been made for me, and I don't have to load up the dishwasher afterwards, and then wake up at 7 a.m, go to work and empty the dishwasher again. It'd be nice. It really would be nice. That's fantasy land. Though,
Isn't that a first world problem, though? Because, I mean, you're talking about the dishwasher. Imagine the dishwasher is not there. So you've got to actually make the meal, then you've got to clean up after the meal. We're talking like almost hours of tasks here. And this is what just used to be normal for women, and they did that for their men. Whereas today, they don't have anything to do. Like, it's minutes worth of work, and they can't even be bothered to do that.
So, I mean, hire a maid. No, don't go to the Arnold Schwarzenegger route. Don't smash the maid.
Don't
impregnate
don't
the
do
maid.
what Arnold did.
Get the robot chef. That thing's fantastic.
Yeah. Anyways,
I think men have failed themselves and they failed us. And I'm just trying to help you out because I think there are a lot of really great guys out there who need a little help. And I don't think that there are a lot of women
these
that
women
are...
have decided that they're not going to do it, so they get what they get, which is nothing.
Yep. And then they're on here. They're here on this video saying that we're the problem.
Complaining. Yep.
stepping up and saying these things and not... FaceTime me, I swear to God. Quite frankly, I don't...
She's the worse of a boomer than I am.
If she was that upset, do you think she would have an OnlyFans?
Right?
Yeah.
I don't think that there are a lot of women that aren't raging feminists, that don't look like Lena Dunham. They're saying these things to you So I'm going to go ahead and say them because they need to be said. I am really so sick of my friends having to deal with trash men. I am tired of dealing with trash men, so I'm going to help you out. Make plans. So let's go through these lists again because I know y'all love a list. Number 1, are you single? Number 2, make a plan. Nobody wants a pen pal. We want to actually see you. If not, don't text us because it's a waste of our time and we don't want to see it on our phones. Got it? All right. Next thing. Value. Okay? Value. Take that in. Just repeat it to yourself until it makes sense. Okay. If you want to date a girl that has nothing going on, then that's fine. But please do not mix in people like me and my friends who have something going on with your other girls that have nothing going on. And by nothing going on, I mean this. There is no job that is unimportant. There is no job that's not valuable or that's not worthy. It is. But if you want to mix in people like me and people like my friends who are go-getters, who work really hard, who make their...
Drex, how hard is she working?
Not very. I mean, you and I both know Tommy Lauren only got a job on Blaze TV with Glenn Beck and got on Fox Nation because she's a blonde chick and white guys simp hard for girls like Tommy Lauren who just say what they want to hear. You know it, Phil. I know it. Everyone else knows it.
To question what you're saying, I'm a garbage collector. Is my job just as valuable as everybody else's, just as you just said? Bullshit.
Yep, that's not what she's going to say, right? You're gross.
Oh my God, I can't listen to this. So actually, this is the first time I've seen this video in whole because I didn't watch it when Nick had it. I couldn't. I had to stop.
Your own money, who are talented, skilled, ambitious. Please don't mix us in with the Tatianas. We don't want to be there. If that's what you want, find them. Please, for the love of God, do not mix us in with them because we don't want to be there. And quite frankly, we take it as an insult if we find out that you are also talking to 5 Tatianas who have nothing going on. People like me and my friends are going to be insulted by that. And there's almost really no coming back from it. So if you want that kind of a girl, the kind of girl who's just kind of happy going through the motions of life, not really super ambitious, hasn't really found herself yet, doesn't really have a whole lot going on other than she's pretty, please just go after them. And please do not mix us in. We don't want to be there. I promise you. So value.
She's getting old.
There's a lot of women out there that I know that are my good friends who have amazing jobs, who work really hard, but who can't seem to find a decent guy, even if they go up in age 5 to 10 to 15 years, because those guys all want to be with 21-year-olds who have nothing going on. It's very unfortunate.
Okay, hold on. This is another pro tip for women out there like Anna, right? I want to make sure this is clear. When older women like this, Anna, are leading you astray and they try to denigrate you guys and throw dirt on you, they're trying to nerf you because you are the competition, right? So when they say that these young girls who have nothing going on, me and my friends have great careers and blah, blah. See, what she's really saying is these women have no value because remember, Phil, she is masculine. Do you notice how masculine Tommy Lauren is?
Oh, yeah. She's going to make somebody a good husband one day.
Yep. So what you're seeing is what Tommy Lauren views as value. Remember, she says she's not a feminist, but she is. If you are a woman and you think a man cares about your education, we don't. Do we care about how much money you make? We don't. Do we care about your job title? We don't. So those Tatianas, she just said it. Anna, you're young. Girls like Anna. This is all the women out there who will listen to this. Guys who know a girl, maybe it's your sister or something. You don't want her to go ride the carousel. Listen carefully. Make sure you tell these young girls, do not go out there and get ran through and get with a man who's older, who's already established. If you don't do that, if you just start chasing, you become a dog chasing its tail like Tommy Lauren, going to get ran through, you're going to wind up being where she is. She's 29 years old, but I have a career and all my friends, they're all single. Mm-hmm. They've been all over the country getting smashed. Right, Phil? This is her words, not mine. For all people who say everything I say is made up. Drex makes everything up. Oh, no, this guy sounds bitter. No, dude, I'm telling young women, I don't want you guys to become Tommy Lauren.
Exactly. I mean, the bit that Tommy Lauren is not saying that she's putting forward for everyone to be able to see, to read without hearing, is she's effectively Tuesday. So the guy who's 15 years older than her, she's just Tuesday, and he's got another 6 girls for every other day of the week.
Yep.
And that's what the guy who's got his shit going on is doing.
Yep.
That kind of thing. And she's upset with that. And so you've just become the Thotiana that you've just talked about.
Yep.
So you need to find somebody on your level. Now, take away the fact that you're on TV and stuff like that, because as Drex says, no guy cares about that. What else have you got going on? You're blonde, you're pretty, that's it. So you're at best as good as any 21-year-old, but you're going to pick a 21-year-old over a 29-year-old just because. Yep. So you're like pissing into the wind, girl. That's the problem.
Yep.
And then how many years do you think before she's, popping pills, crying about how she regrets being, focusing on her career?
It'll come soon. It'll come soon. Okay, she just turned 29. How long do you give her, Phil?
Give it, or say about another 5 years, and then she'll be telling people how she doesn't need no man, and she's got like 5 cats around her.
Yep.
She's going to be Gail. You know what, Drex? Tommy Lauren is a lot closer to Gail than Anna is to Tommy Lauren.
Yep.
Have you ever reached out to Gail to try and get her on the show?
Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no, I don't want... Well, first of all, I don't think it would be entertaining, right? Because she's a lunatic. Hey, RPM, you remember her, right?
Oh, how can I forget?
No one can forget Gail.
I go back and watch that every now and then. It's great. It was so funny. It's so funny watching Phil like fall out of his chair with laughter. No, Angry Banley, not different Anna. There's too many Annas to keep track of. But all right. Well, Drex, I think we've seen enough of Tommy Lauren. Do you want to? Do you have a few closing words on Lauren Chen?
All I'm going to say about the Lauren Chins of the world is that she has made a video where she talks. It's one of those. She's with who's that cuck band? What are they called? Shit. Damn it. I just had a brain fart. It's the group who is always trying to get men to come back on the plantation. What is that? What is the name of that?
Which one?
Yeah, no. Adam Carolla did a documentary with them. Damn it! When
the
like,
chat will
right
come up with it in a second.
Yeah, the chat will come up with it. Who is that? Jesus, I can like see it in my head right now. It's not like it's almost similar to like the TED Talks, Red Talks, or whatever, those kind of groups. And Lauren Chin came on there talking all that nonsense, and I said to myself, they were trying to basically get guys back on the plantation, right? And she's talking about how this is the way guys should be, and they should really value marriage. But they always talk about how they were dating, right? All of these girls have been dating. What does dating mean?
PragerU.
That's it. PragerU. Yeah, the conservative cucks. Yeah.
Well,
PragerU.
Lauren Chen with her thing, like I always have the same sort of attitude. Whether it's Lauren Chen or any of these other girls, they're always kind of pretty, right?
Yep,
and I always
pretty enough.
would like to say to these girls, look, start another YouTube stream and get some average plain Jane girl to front it for you, and let's just see how interesting your content is, because people are actually viewing your content to just look at your titties. That's all it is. They're not listening to anything that you're saying.
Someone said Turning Point USA as well. I'm sure because TPUSA is a campus conservative organization, or campus Republican, I guess. Sort of They kind of sponsor conferences and speeches. Hey, Drex, when these attractive conservative women in college go to one of these conferences, what are they doing?
Trying to get their MRS degree and get a man.
Yep.
That's it. Watch this. Hey, you go to church. Hey, Phil, what are women in church for? What are they really there for?
Man.
To get a man. Hey, when they're at a bar, what are they there to get?
Well, yeah, but you just rephrase this. Why are women doing anything anywhere? And it's to get a man. Because once a woman's got a man and she's kind of happy, she doesn't go out. She just sits.
She does not.
Most of the time.
I agree. The only time a girl wants girls' night out is when she's not happy in her relationship.
All right. A couple of super chats, and then I think, gentlemen, we can call that a night. I know Drex has got to go to work tomorrow morning. There, let me just get these real quick. Doug Conferrer says, keep up the educational programming, lads. Wish I had these insights before my first marriage.
Oof.
Oof. Big oof in the chat. Hey, guys, let's get an F in the chat for Doug here. Rough Girl says, most of us were taught how to run the home, how to be a good wife. Guys have no place in my kitchen. Grab the remote and go.
Fair play.
All right. And that's all it for Super Chats. Phil, go ahead. Shill your stuff. How do people find you?
Well, if you're looking for a sex doll or anything like that, or a significant other that will never, ever cheat on you, is this going out on YouTube?
Yep. You can
In
say
that case,
the link,
do
though.
not. Well, yeah, but do not go to www.the-doll-house.com, and I will not get you the woman of your dreams, just in case. But tell all of your friends to not buy dolls at the Dollhouse.
All right.
Reverse psychology.
Yep. And RPM, thank you so much for joining us for this Chameleon Crusade. Plug your stuff. How can people find you?
R.P.M. on YouTube. Red Pill Married over on Migtown.tv. There you go. And if you want some good old stories of good old-fashioned male vengeance, check out the Hockey Mask Time series.
It's the greatest thing.
Oh, well, RPM, we got to ask you, being that we're dealing with thoughts and chicks getting yeeted, it is Swalloween. What are your top three? We know your top one is HMT 148. Are there any other couple ones that you can relate to these guys out here that you would say are your favorites that you said, ooh, damn, that's savage?
Well, the one that I just uploaded today, which would be the Halloween special, 187. That is going to go down, in my humble opinion, as the perfect HMT. There will be nothing that can top that one. And believe it or not, HMT 194.
Yeah, I've seen 194 come up in. I've seen it come up before. Which one was the one that I sent you? That was the YouTuber that had his fiance in the basement for like 6 months.
Oof.
And her sister found her.
Can't remember off the top of my head.
You remember that one though, right?
Yeah, I remember, but I just don't remember the number on
that. That was a good one. So that was a YouTuber. That was, oh God, I forget his name. I forgot it. I'm sorry, guys. I totally forgot. But that was something. And literally, just it sounds like he just had enough of her. He had enough of her bitching, and literally strangled her right then and there, and then just dumped her in his basement and just played video games.
It's very telling. You know, Phil and I have talked about this, and Phil referred to HMT, as TFM said, on a societal level, whereas RPM likes to talk about it on an individual level. But it's like, we're getting to that point where I think here's the thing. We all agree that the only people who really do HMTs are the simps, right? The simps go black pill. But like most dudes, as RPM said, Line of Migtown made that video about it. They're just indifferent. Phil, we talked to you last time, and I said, hey, Phil, if a girl walked by right now, you're walking down the street, you're crossing Abbey Road, and a chick gets naked and starts twerking, do you even bat an eye? You're just gonna be like, because we're desensitized.
I specifically look in the other direction. I won't even meet their eyes now, just in case, because me too is a thing.
Yep. I just don't even care. Phil, I have heard from multiple guys. We talked about this, and that's something that we have to touch on briefly, Tim. The slorification of Halloween, right? Hey, Phil, I'm
yes.
sure when you were a young boy, you grew up, Halloween was a sacred thing, right? It was fun. You went out with your friends, no parents. What did it become?
It's kind of become a slut fest these days.
Yep.
So, Phil, are men forcing women to wear kinky outfits? Are they forcing them to do anything?
The slutty nurse, the slutty Darth Vader.
Slutty nurse, slutty doctors, slutty Darth
was
Vader.
out earlier this evening, just going to the store, and there were kids like 6 and 7-year-old out with their parents and stuff going trick or treating, and the only other people who I would say of adolescent age were just gangs of women, all in this slutty nurse outfits and slutty zombies and all the rest of it. No guys.
No, yeah. Well, they're desperate for attention because, well, Phil, you always said this. Would women do any of this if there were there was no audience? I truly believe what's going to end up happening. What happens when these girls who are slutty nurses, slutty Samus Aran, slutty Pennywise or Lady Dimitrescu, what happens when they start going out to bars and girls' nights out? What happens when the guys just stop going, right? Then what do you do?
There will always
I
be
think
a
that's
sin.
already underway, because a lot of the guys now, with lockdown kind of being a thing, we've actually started to learn we can actually go around to each other's houses and stuff like that, rather than having to go to bars and restaurants to actually have a good time. And combined with things like computer games, guys are just doing that. And women can't find men now because we're just not out and about like we used to be.
So, all of us who went to school, you remember the girls in your high school, right? The girls show up and they're wearing a costume. Okay? What happens when school's over and the dance starts?
Yep.
What happens when the sun goes down, RPM? What do these girls do with their, they showed up to school in a costume, but what happens when the sun goes down?
Well,
half the costume comes off.
Costume comes off. It's the slutty version now. And this is why I bring that up. Phil, I did a live chat before we got on tonight, right? And I said, this is for especially the young guys out there, right? To show you how far things have fallen. In the movie Mean Girls, right? Lindsay Lohan's character, you remember that movie, Phil? Remember she shows up to a Halloween party because in the movie her character comes from South Africa, right? And when she heard Halloween, when she was in the States, she's thinking like, oh, Halloween means I dress up in a creepy ghoul costume and that's going to be fun and cool. She shows up and she had like the mouth, the teeth, and she's like, what the hell? All the girls were slutty. And she's like, well, what is this? She thought Halloween meant basically the kid version of Halloween. No. It's just thottery. So I keep saying, dudes aren't the ones that asked for this. Phil, did you ask for this when you were growing up? Like, oh, I want the girls to be slutty nurses. No. They did it on their own. They racked up a body count on their own. They embraced feminism on their own. They had abortions on their own. They were strong and independent on their own.
Hence
this
the
is
name,
what it became.
Swalloween.
So they can pull themselves out of the hole on their own. I'm not going to be there to help them. And I think the number of simps is actually starting to decrease now, because even your blue-pilled guys are like starting to think, fuck it, they can do it on their own. They don't need no man.
All right. Well, Swalloween, right, RPM? The best name we've ever come up with. Shout out to
here's the thing. What do you think these girls are doing tonight? I mean, seriously, I want you guys to go ahead and when we put out this video, you can go ahead and let us know what is and this is for the ladies too, anybody. What is your best Swalloween story? What is the craziest office party? What is the craziest Halloween? Because Phil, you and I both know nothing gets more degenerate than a Halloween party, right? The costume parties.
Yeah.
They're grabbing at junk. They're doing all that. So let us know. What is your Halloween tales, ladies and gentlemen? Because we were talking about this earlier, Tim. Once they can put on a mask and put on a costume, they're like, oh no, it wasn't me. I was in character and it was the alcohol, right?
And it's even worse because now they go to school. They go to school and they're dressed a little slutty, but you can't say anything, Drex, because you're objectifying them. She's expressing herself.
And the response to all of that is just a big fat nothing, and no guys say anything, no guys react, no guys even look. And that's the today that the women have built for themselves. and they've got no one to complain to but themselves.
Angry Banyan asked
Absolutely.
why I didn't put any links in the description, because we get Susaned every time we put links in the description. You got to go deal with Susan.
Podcast Hitman. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Look, Paul Durfee said Halloween is thotmas. He's not lying, dude. If you were to ask what is like the thottiest holiday, and let me give a special shout out to Gopsink and all those guys out there in Wisconsin. For those of you who don't know, of all the places you can go, I can assure you there is one place that is thottier than anywhere else, and it is Madison, Wisconsin. You will never find a more, you know what it is? I'll tell you what it is, RPM. Madison, Wisconsin, in particular the campus, UW, for all the Badgers out there, you will never find a more wretched hive of scum and thottery. You understand?
I will challenge you with London's Leicester Square.
Oh, really? I got to look this up. You said Leicester Square?
Phil, you got to show me around.
Yes, you come over and I'll show you the thottery that it
Drex, I will do a
Leicester Square.
documentary.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. You said Leicester Square, right? I'm gonna look up. So should I look up Leicester Square Halloween?
Yes, it's an odd spelling.
Okay.
All right.
Leicester Square.
A couple late super chats come in while you're looking that up, Drex. Maniac Man 2030 says, "Message for Phil: You are a true hero of men, based, red-pilled, and cultured as F." Almond John 1 says, "Beauty serves no purpose if nobody's around to look." Michael Hickson says, "The hot nurse. Do you think there's a relation from the porn industry creating tropes and then money-hungry chicks just following those tropes?" I don't think so. Because at the end of the day, you still have the choice to put that on. And what are you doing, 15 years old, looking at that outfit saying, "Oh yeah, I want that." That's how I want to be known.
I just looked it up, Phil. You're right. I saw it looks like Mardi Gras. You guys, okay, so for those of you who don't know, I just looked it up. It is a weird spelling. It looks
like Leicester or something like that.
Yeah. It looks like Mardi Gras thottery. Because
I can't even put that on the screen.
No, it's pure degeneracy. Now, here's what's funny, though, Phil. This is the reason why I want to bring this up. I should have addressed this. I'm glad that we're all here now. I should have even started the show with this. When it comes to Halloween, I want you guys to think about this. We said it in the chat. Creativity, right? And when you look at guys, right? What do guys view Halloween for? It's for imagination and creativity, right? Hey, Phil, male costumes. What do men go to Halloween as? Are they sexually objectified ever?
Oh God, no! We'll go for the blood and gore, and we'll kind of nerd out on that to actually make it almost technically adept.
But not just nerd out. Sometimes we're very creative. Look, one of the funniest Halloween costumes I ever saw was a classmate of mine who dressed up as a toilet. He made himself a toilet out of cardboard, and and people were, he had he chewed up some toffee and put it up on the seat.
I'll bet he was a furry.
No. Pretty down. He did like his tight jeans, though. I think he was going to be a rocker, like a 90s rock band singer. He did like his tight jeans, but pretty normal guy most of the time. But he just had a mind that worked different than anyone else. Well, most of us were dressing up as like superheroes or workers. Like, Phil, how many people do you know growing up when you were going to school who dressed as a welder, mechanic, doctor, right? Workers. Firemen.
Even superheroes, though. Okay, really think about it, though. Even a superhero, what defines a superhero is the work he does. That's why I love when Phil talks about his appreciation for Batman Begins, the masculine journey, right? Bruce is bitch made, and he's orphaned, and he needs to find his path. When it comes to finding his path, do you notice it's always sacrificial for the male path, right? It's never selfish, it's sacrificial.
Yeah.
When it comes to these women, I'm looking at for Halloween, why does it always become thottery? See, Phil, we want our freedom. We want our freedom of blah, blah, blah. And then what do you do with the freedom? Thottery. It's always thottery.
it's even if you read the I suppose great works of fiction, if you'll pardon the expression, great works by women. There's an author in the United Kingdom called Catherine Cookson, and it's always a rags to riches story about some girl, and she marries a rich guy, so therefore she thots her way into money and success.
Agreed.
And it's the only story that women know. It's the only way that they can get anything done. That's why women use sex in everything to get something that they want.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Do you know what the most interesting costume I ever came up with was, well, you know, Drex, you and I both know we're both big fans of Metal Gear Solid, right?
Yep.
Well, my family was having trouble with money that year. We really couldn't buy anything. I literally took an old TV box and just wore it to school. Cardboard box.
Yep.
That was Solid Snake in a cardboard box. And then when it came to handing out candy, I literally just had a bowl of candy and I sat on my front step in the box. And when I heard, we didn't have a doorbell, so you would knock. When I heard the knock, I'd pop out of the box and hold the bowl out.
Yep. Too bad you didn't have the sound effect.
What was slutty about that?
It's never that. Like, Phil, I can remember back to some of my outfits. RPM, I actually went as Jason one year because, I grew up on horror flicks, right?
Was that a Halloween
There was
costume?
never a time where I had, like, my male anatomy displayed or it was emphasized. It was like, no. Prime example, Phil, I'll tell you a story.
In fairness, you are one of those guys that possibly could have worn like something spandex and perhaps gone as a superhero because you could actually show muscles and stuff, whereas most guys probably can't. But even then, you didn't. So there's nothing to be gained by like kind of sexing the whole sort of thing up. You'd rather look like that sort of horror flick kind of guy.
Yep. I'm telling you, it always seems to divert back to horror for men. There's a year, I want to say it was about 2000, it was 13 or 14. My daughter was really, really, really young, right? I might even still have the video on one of my old phones, the Droid Razor Max. And I'll never forget it. It was called like pig grinder or something, right? It was this demented, horrible looking scarred up pig, right? And it was a bloody apron and all this stuff. There was like a machete. Phil, I was so excited to go take my daughter trick-or-treating because this is after the family court, right? So this is after family court, and this is the first Halloween I had my daughter, right? I'm like, okay, we're gonna go out trick-or-treating. She went as, something cutesy, of course, right? It comes time, I'll never forget it. I'm in the bathroom getting ready, right? And my brother is recording. And my daughter tries to peep her head in because, all little kids want to see what's going on, right? So I hear her, she's like peep her head in. And I said like hold up, right? But I'm in the mask, right? So she gets scared and runs away. And she runs to the back door, right? So when I get out of the bathroom, I start going like this, boom, boom, towards her, right? And my brother's recording. And she's in the corner cowering like this. And she goes, ah, and she's just screaming, right? And I have to take off the mask and go, no, look, sweetie, it's just me. And she goes, Daddy, take it off. I was like, you don't like this? No, it's so scary. So I spent all that money on this horrible outfit so I could look intimidating and scary. And I couldn't even wear it. So in typical fashion, Phil, my brother took my costume and went to a Halloween party. I spent all that money. Phil, I was pissed. Because what are you going to do, right? If your daughter says she can't handle you in that costume because it scares her, well, you can't. What are you gonna do? Not give her Halloween? So you're like, I guess, let's go trick or treating. Phil,
wait, was it Halloween?
But it's always horror.
Was it Halloween that Nick dressed up as you?
Yeah, that was the blackface picture is Nick going as me for Halloween.
RPM, do you have a good Halloween costume story? Oh. Did we lose RPM?
Oh. You might have a connection problem.
Rip. Oh, I saw him light up there for a second. I think his phone's dying on him.
Oof.
Either that or he jumped off early. All right. Awkward silence aside. We'll wait for him to get
No,
back.
I just had to step out for a minute.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a Halloween costume story?
So many Halloween costume stories from the old Navy days. Man, where would I start? There's one in particular at my final duty station, which was a shore command, and let's just say more than a few of the female sailors decided to do some pretty naughty sailor things.
Oh, I like this. I like where this is going.
Yeah, more than a few decided to partake. Since it was off base, they decided to partake of some liquor, and yeah, we all know where this went. Good thing my happy ass decided to bounce out early, because a few of the stories that got back to me, I was like, oh, I'm glad that I left.
Well,
wasn't good.
You remember TFM's story, right, about the dental hygienist on his ship?
Hey, man, when she became a pudding cup.
Yep. Getting every hole filled.
And that is not a very uncommon thing with Navy chicks, especially on ships.
That was our Tales from the Service Thought Girl Summer.
Yeah, they don't want to believe it, though. I've told Phil about this. Phil and I, we talked about that a while back, right? Like, a lot of guys, you come to this realization. It's a sad realization. Most guys truly want to be slaves. They crave it. They crave being told what to do and bossed around. That's why they don't enjoy the things that they used to enjoy, right? Hey, Phil, I used to enjoy Halloween. Well, my girl doesn't want me to. Like, yeah, a kid is one thing, right? You're dealing with a young child, but it's like, when you're a grown man dealing with a grown adult woman, like, why is she dictating if you can go out for a party or poker night? Phil, most of these guys don't even enjoy Halloween anymore.
Yeah, most of these guys haven't grown up again, and they haven't grown away from their parents. So, like, they still do what mummy tells them to do, that kind of idea. And they've just extended that to the wife kind of idea instead of becoming their own man. Because, like, as you know, every woman really respects a man who does his own thing and cannot be swayed by any amount of persuasion or anything like that.
Yep.
And that's how you would actually then have, like, a happy life. Mm-hmm. You'd be happy life first, and then that creates happy wife, rather than the other way around, as these cuts would have it.
Agreed. Well, we talked about that in the chat. Shout out to my man Shaftesbury. We were talking about the fact that, like, in 5 simple words, it's the same thing. If you're just doing your own thing, and it doesn't matter what it is, whatever it is that you like, you just own it. You're like, yeah, look, you may think it's degenerate. I don't care. This is what I like, right? And you don't waver. She will she's like, damn, I respect that. She'll at least give it a shot. Phil, my homegirl, Miss Columbia, right? Hates games. I gifted her video games. That was my big gift to her, right? And she also watched the full. She watched Redo of Healer.
I would say
she watched the whole. You remember that, Tim?
The video game was the second best gift you gave her.
Well, there's that whole issue in Colombia where I took an L, but. Here's the thing, though, Phil. She's not an anime fan, right? But I said, look, you would like that. I know it's degenerate, it's horrible, it's all these things. And she goes, okay, fine, I'll watch it. She loved it. A lot of times, and you've been around women, Phil. You've been around women RPM. You guys know. A lot of times they're against something just because, like, they project something that they saw once as everything. Because women just do that blanket, right? They saw one anime, they think all anime sucks. They played one video game, they think all video games suck. And it's like, okay, just give this thing a chance. And I think that this is a microcosm of a greater issue, which is, Phil, we've talked about how, the dating and marriage, all that, relationships between men and women have collapsed. A lot of times it's because they haven't given a chance. And if you go listen to a lot of people's grandparents and great-grandparents, hey, Phil, how did they meet? Did they meet because she looked at him and goes, oh, he's 6'5" and successful? No. She gave a guy a chance, right? Hey, this guy, he tried to talk to me. I said no.
Yeah, but you're still projecting much onto women as though they kind of like do things like men do. I don't think women have opinions. just something that looks
Not
good
really.
in front of their female peers, and
Yep.
then that will work for them. So I've never given any woman any sort of thrift on the whole idea of she might like this or might not like this. I'm doing it anyway. If she doesn't like it, she can fuck off. And they've all gotten into it.
All right. Couple. love the laugh. Always love the RPM laugh.
RPM's got the best laugh in the business, man.
Oh God. Let's see. 2 more super chats come in late, and then we really do need to end the stream, guys. We've been going 4 hours.
4 hours.
That's a pretty good stream. You know, I know it's not as long as the typical stream Drex and Phil does, but we all got stuff to do tomorrow.
That killed me last time. That 8 hours with Ricardo. I was dying after that.
Oh, poor Phil. In your time zone, I'm just thinking like Phil has got to just be dead.
Yeah, so let's get Phil out of here. Christopher Nicholson says, what Drexel is saying about Halloween right now is exactly the theme of the Dead Kennedys song Halloween.
Yep.
Should be
the
called
Dead Kennedys, great band.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah. I don't know him, but yeah. RPM ringing endorsement. Oh, and Coop has got a final chat to see us out for the night. You guys are awesome. Tim, you are vibing with that bathrobe and drink combo. Favorite bad horror movie, Santa Slay with Bill Goldberg as evil Santa.
Oh God, the wrestler.
Yeah, that was kind of that was shitty too.
Oh, that's good. You know what, man? That's what more watch parties need to be. Is Phil? One of the things I really remember loving the most is, especially in the college days of Ricada and I, even high school days, we used to make it a point to rent awful movies and sit down and watch. Right? Awful. I mean, you remember those days, RPM? You went up and down the aisles at the rental store and you said, "We're gonna find the stupidest, worst looking cover." Ginger Dead Man.
I did this, and this was back in the days of like when VCR was a thing. And we went into the local video store, and the guys saw us. They're like, we're like teenage boys at the time. So, you guys are looking for a real shitty video, aren't you? Yeah, what's the shittiest that you've got? And he gave us The Revenge of Billy the Kid. There wasn't it sounds like a sequel, but there was never a first one. And it just ended because it was that bad.
Oh, no.
Fucking terrible. But it was like, I remember it to this day. So if you can find it actually online, The Revenge of Billy the Kid, it takes the piss out of all of these sort of like redneck rape scenes and stuff like that you can think of, and it's a great horror flick as well. Just fantastic.
We had Nail Gun Massacre because it's cheaper than a chainsaw is the tagline. Yeah, look that one up. Nick and I sat there and we still crack jokes about that movie. The killer wears a I want to say it's a motorcycle mask and like speaks to a vocoder. So it's like, you mess with me, now it's my chance to mess with you. It's this laugh. Phil, it is awful. Like it. But here's the thing though, you can't help but just enjoy it because like the movie was probably made on like $100,000 budget, right? It costs no money to make, and you just see how bad it is. Like I can't help it. I'm just enjoying how bad this is. It's awful. Oh my God.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you both of you, Phil and RPM, for joining us, for coming out. Hey, Drex, I know we're late on episode 48, guys. I know. All right. We'll record it tomorrow. I'll edit and get it out to you as fast as we can.
Well, tomorrow we got a double dose. So episode 48, we're going to do a 2-part. It'll be like 48 and then 48, 48.5, 48, whatever we do. Because I was late, I want to make sure I give you guys a double dose. So I'll do one episode about relationships, and then the next episode I'm bringing on NCAA Cat, and we're going to talk about Alabama. Since now I've been to Alabama, and wow, Phil, that's all I can say about Alabama.
Does it contextualize the Bama boys more?
Unfortunately not. Okay. I don't know if she's even near where the Bama boys are. That would be great though if I could meet up with them and add them to the Smash Bros.
But
as a go-to for Birmingham hoes.
And yes, Ghetto Gaggers, December 4th. Circle it on your calendar.
Circle it. It's the 1-year anniversary.
1-year anniversary. I'm booking the ticket next week. Phil, I'm booking the plane ticket next week to go to the UK. We're gonna hang out. I'm gonna say hi to Penance. And then maybe you too, if you happen to be there.
She won't say much, but she'll be there.
It's exactly how I want it. All right. It's going to be a crazy week. We've got to reach out to all of our past guests. I hope they can get a chance to call in or leave a voicemail. Right, guys, use the voicemail number. It's on the ticker at the bottom. Wish us a happy 1-year anniversary, December 4th. Until next time, stay frosty, everyone.
Stay toxic. Happy Swalloween. Happy Halloween, everybody. Get candy.
Sorry, I just need
Treat, don't trick.
Yeah, I just need a 20-second kind of delay because that's YouTube's got a 20-second delay, so I got to keep it rolling. Otherwise, I'll cut them off too early.
Oof.
And keep the tape rolling. But no, RPM Phil, thank you both very much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Oh my God! In that Bill Goldberg movie, Phil, I got some news for you.